really focusing in the schools. So are there scenarios whereby some of the board management terms have lapsed, and then maybe the appointment has not been done, and then you see some governance? Because when you talk about, let's even strengthening, even in terms of strengthening the institution, then the governance must work. So the other area we wanted also just to look in terms of the areas of audit is the development of the school improvement plan. So as an institution, you know, the way you come in and then you wanted to achieve your vision and mission, then you must be planned. How do we move from point A to point B? So if we want to say that we need to move from point A to point B, then we must have plans. So whether it's an infrastructure plan that we need to have, whether it is the human capital development plan that we need to have, whether it's to ensure that the institutions are strengthened in terms of their governance. So they must be planned, they must be systems. So how are we able to actualize those plans are very important. The school infrastructure, I think, has been pointed out also. For us, we wanted to see, even as an auditor's perspective, do we have an adequate infrastructure? What's the ratio of maybe students to that capacity that they utilize? If it comes to the issue of the health and safety, how are we dealing with the issue of the health and safety? And I think for us, especially the education, we really appreciate in terms of documentations, they are there. If you wanted just to see the standard, and for us, we just do what we call an appraisal of that standard, and to see the level of the compliance of standards. Then now when we do those appraisals is when you realize there's a disconnect between the practicality on what's on the ground, and again, the document probably we have developed a very good standards which are already in place, vis-a-vis the actual area that we are dealing. So you realize there's a disconnect. And sometimes now, when an issue arises, we're asking ourselves, how did it happen? We ask ourselves, what happened? How was the safety compromised? But the question is, in the first place, were we able to comply with those standards, which is being required? And if we are not to comply, what is the root cause? What is the challenge that we are facing as even institutions? The other issue is the fiscal responsibilities, which is also very important. I know we are at the principal levels, or even at the board levels, we are trusted with resources. The Constitution requires that, provides that when you are holding an institutions, you are there by virtue of entrust to Anjiku. So there's a position you hold, and that position you hold, there is a resources probably have been given to you. But the question is then, how are we dealing with in terms of those resources that have been entrusted to us, if it comes to the issue of the accountability? And that's very key. That's how we can able to measure the issue of the accountability, and also just transparency is part of it. I know in institutions, even schools, some of them, they usually have a very big budgets, because of the capitations we have seen, especially at the national schools. So the question is, again, there are major activities, probably those schools undertake big projects in terms of millions and millions. And some of the projects may be developments in nature. So the question we normally ask also as an audit is, then are we able to follow a procurement process if we wanted to initiate those projects? Are we able to comply with the requirements when we wanted to do those development of those projects? Is also very key. The fee collections, accountability is also very key that we normally look in terms of an audit. Just also to point out is that also we have noted that the institution also has some challenges. And those are some of the things that even at the policy levels need to be addressed. One of the areas that we pointed out, even in terms of the challenges we are facing as an institution, is what we call unrealistic focus of the budgets. Not all of us probably were from the finance, but people have a different way of coming up with a budget. So the question is, were we able to guide the accounting officers, or maybe the people who are interested in this institution, also to do what we call the capacity building, so that we are reading from the same script? Because if we say, let's develop a budget, you will realize each group will have a different way of looking in terms of forecasting that budget. That if there's an error in terms of that budget, maybe I've underestimated the budget, or maybe I've overstated the budget, then there will be challenge. Because one, probably you have projected a high level of budget, and the resources are not even there. So even when you do want to do the planning, then you realize you're also being limited. Or probably you have under budgeted, and then you realize there are projects that need to be realized. So at that point, again, you realize there is a disconnect because the resources are not as per the approved budget. So those are some of the challenges we also point out as we are partners, as we collaborate, even in terms of the areas of the accountability and also audits. The other challenges we also face is the accuracy of the data of the information. You know, when we do an audit, let's say the NIMIS, we look in terms of the data from the Ministry of Education, the school, the director. So you realize there's inconsistencies of that data. So then the question is, do you have a systems that give you an accurate, informed data? Or how come that my data is different from, it's the same school, but you see, if you look in terms of different, because we share the data, you realize there's inconsistencies of those data. So because once you have inconsistencies of the data, then in terms of decision making, it will also limit you. You may not have a very accurate, informed decision making, even in terms of, let's say you want to get a capitation. Is your students 3,000 or the students 2,500 or it's 199? So there is that disconnect normally also arises in terms of the data from our own institutions. And sometimes that can really challenge us. One of the key challenges also the institutions are really facing is the delay exchequer. You see, we're almost closing the financial year, that is June, and that's where the fourth quarter is being released. So by the time the financial year ends, there is nothing much. You know, the way institutions plan, quarter one, you want to do A, B, C, D. Quarter two, you want to do this. So by the time you give me the resources when I'm closing my financial year, then it distorts my planning. I may not be able to realize what I've already planned for. So there is also a challenge in terms of the government disbursements, whether it is even at the national, at the counties, we have observed that, or the schools when they wanted to receive the capitations. So there is a delay in terms of the exchequer releases. And of course that affects, because you budgeted at the start, before you start the year, but now you're getting the funds at the end, and you're closing the financial year. So the issue even how do you absorb that resources become an audit query. Because one of the parameters we measure, even in terms of budget utilization, is the absorption rate. So which means if I receive my funds or maybe my exchequer at the end of 1 day or 2 days before the end of financial year, then I cannot absorb the 100%. Then the audit query arises. You have been given the resources, but you only utilize 10%. And ideally, you are supposed to utilize maybe 100% or 90%. This is because of the timing, when you get those resources. This is also another challenge. The other issue we also point out is that for us also to play a role of independence and also provide an assurance, is the institution also required to prepare their financial statement and submit to the Office of Auditor General. From this region, we have observed not all schools, the high schools that have submitted their financial statements. The national schools, those ones they have already complied. So the question is again, then, if there is that level of accountability that we require, then the institution must prepare their financial statement and submit to the Office of Auditor General for us to do what we call an independent assurance. And we also guide you if there are gaps. And we don't, as we said, we don't just look in terms of the financial figures, we also look in terms of the lawfulness, the efficiencies, what we call the value for money areas. If there are gaps, then we wanted to see how do we strengthen your systems, from the governance levels to the lawfulness compliance, to the effectiveness of the resource utilizations. So if there are challenges, if there are gaps, then we wanted also to provide an assurance, a way of assisting you so that we can move together and improve. Because you realize the first year, the institution may have a challenge. The second year, there is some improvement. The third year, fourth year, you just see the institution has also improved. And for us, we value that because there is some value addition in that process. Because the other area we also observed is that even in terms of the capacity issues, because most of the schools, they have the bazaars, and the preparer of the financial statement, which is also being required, a qualified accountant, then you realize there's a lot of capacity which is also being required. But we appreciate, because there are bazaars who have also very much experience, and they have worked with us. And sometimes when they submit their financial statements, you see that there is also improvement in terms of how the financial statements are prepared. The underfunding is also another major issue. Most of the institutions, government institutions, you budget, but probably what you have received is less, has not met those thresholds. Then again, then how do we realize the vision, the mission that we wanted to achieve, especially if there is issue of underfunding issues. So for us, I think just a key highlight that we share. But as an office, again, when we do, because we also take these forums also just to sensitize our institutions, is that as an Office of Auditor General, in terms of the constitutions, the reporting, we report to the Parliament or the Senate. You know, the context of the Constitution of Kenya requires that being an independent office, if it is a reporting system that we wanted to do in terms of the reporting, is that we report to the people's representative. And in the context of the Kenya, the people representatives are their leaders, which they have elected. So the Constitution requires us to report to their leaders, which they represent the Wanjiku. So that's how the reporting structure is. Again, just to give you a highlight of audit approach, the audit has really transformed. It's not like so many years where someone just can come and say that I want to do an audit. We have really transformed in terms of how we do the audits. We'll give you, when we are coming for the entry meetings, which is very interactive, we will also tell you the scope of that audits, what we call the entry meetings. We share with you what we call the letter of understanding. And the letter of understanding is an engagement letter, which defines why we are here, for how many days, and what are some of the scopes that we wanted to do in terms of the audits. And even as we do the audits, we collaborate with the institution, because there are some challenges the institution are also facing. We wanted to see and understand some of the gaps and the challenges that are faced. So as we do the audit, we raise what we call audit queries for clarities and the issues. Once we do the audit of audit queries, we also organize what we call the exit meeting. Just someone just sits somewhere and write a report and just goes. So you see, there's a lot of interaction process. From the first of the planning, where we are informing you we are coming for audits, when we will have an entry meetings, where we are sharing with you the letter of understanding, and even at the exit meeting, we'll highlight the issues that we are able to address. So even at the tail end, when we wanted to do a finalization of audit, we give you what we call management letter. Management letter means we give you, these are some of the audit findings, but we'll give you an opportunity for you to respond in writing. So you see, it's a very interactive process. And before we even finalize the report, we give you what we call draft audit reports. So the audit has really transformed. We take you as more of a partnership, a collaboration, so that we add value and in terms of the improvement of that process. So it's not like a surprise that we are coming for an audit. If there are errors in that financial statement, we also give you the opportunity to correct those financial statements. If it's 1 + 1 is 2, and maybe you have written 1 + 1 as 4, there's no need of me carrying that error in my report. So we will share with you saying that this financial statement that you have prepared, there are errors here, so that the accountant or maybe the BASA can able to correct those financial statements. So we accord you those. So it's a journey that we wanted to work with the institution so that we can see how we can able to add value. Maybe just in terms of even the final audit is that once maybe the audit goes to the Parliament, of course the Parliament also adopt those reports, they come up with their own recommendations. So we do what we call the follow-up of the issues. And that's why I said year 1, year 2, year 3, you will just see a lot of improvements. By the time you reach year 3, the institution has really transformed in terms of accountability and also improvement of the resource that has been has been given to us. So I don't want to take much of the time. I know there is, I don't want to spill over on the program. We are time conscious. So probably I wanted just to highlight that. Of course, we're coming in as panel 9 later on in the day, just to discuss with you again the area of the strengthening of the school leaderships, governance and accountability. So I want to hand over to MC just to take us through the other program. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Can we give him a coordinated round of applause? 1, 2. 1, 2 again. Thank you so much, Daktari. They are the watchdog of government resources in our institutions. Our ministers have seen the chief principal of Ogande Girls, Dr. Jane. Kindly wave to the crowd. I've also seen the chief principal of Mbeita, Mr. Kennedy. Kindly wave to the crowd. And then hapa ndani pia tuko na mwalimu wangu wa Kiswahili, Mr. Joshua Ochogo. Kindly stand and wave to the crowd. Karibu sana. Now, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want now to take this opportunity to, in a special way, welcome our first panel of the day, of which they will be unpacking for us issues to do with learning from experience, how they managed it, retired school leaders, how they will be reflecting on building successful schools in challenging contexts. And that will be addressed by the following panelists. If you hear your name, kindly come up front. So, first and foremost, let me call the moderators that will be moderating this session, and that is none other than Mr. Eli Kisulu, Head of State Commendation, County Chair Scouts. He will be supported by Siaya County Quality Assurance Officer, Isabella Bota. They will be moderating that first session, and thereafter we'll move to other programs. As they come, can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now our panelists that will be unpacking for us how we can build a successful schools in challenging context are the following. If you hear your name, kindly come on the podium. The first person is Miss Janet Onyango. If you are in, as she comes, we can give her a round of applause. Then she will be followed by Perez Omondi. Perez, if you are also in, come up front. Thank you so much, Madam Janet, for being punctual. Our third panelist will be Mr. Bernard Uching. Karibu sana, Mr. Bernard. Can we clap for him? Then our fourth panelist is Mr. Dickens Bula, my former principal. If he's in, kindly come up front. I think he's still on the way. And then we'll have also Mr. Philip Ombura. Karibu sana, Mr. Philip. I've already seen you in. Then finally, we'll have Miss Mary Akunja. Tuwapigie makofi wakija jukwani. Asanteni sana, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, now I want to leave it to our moderators now to proceed from that point.
Thank you very much, our co-moderator, Bwana Zedi Ouma. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to day 3 of our County Education Forum at Homabay County, Homabay High School, and to all of us in the house. Feel very much welcomed. I want to remind us of the theme of our Education Forum, building future-ready learners, building future-ready teachers, and building future-ready schools in Homabay County. I want to welcome our panelists of this morning that are already with us, and I want to salute your experience. Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation this morning is learning from experience. Retired school leaders reflect on building successful schools in a challenging context in Homabay. Homabay County has produced many accomplished education leaders who successfully managed our schools despite resource constraints, socio-economic challenges, and changing education policies. I want to appreciate your experience that you had. And today, our heads of institutions, boards of management are here to learn from these. At this time, allow me to introduce my co-moderator who will bring us the first panelist on board. Karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Kisulu. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, we are happy to be here today, and we are very happy indeed to have people who are full of experience. If experience was a name, it would be them. To start us off is Madam Perez. This is your question. I know during your time, you really did a lot in addressing the challenges. Therefore, the question is, how did you address school dropout, absenteeism, and learner indiscipline during your tenure? Over to you, Madam Perez.
Thank you. Are we supposed to stand?
No, just sit, just sit. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to get this opportunity because it is rare to meet people like you these days that we are at home. My name is Perez Omondi. I retired as a principal 11 years ago at the age of 60, meaning I'm now over 70.
Wow, we need to appreciate that and thank God.
Great.
Strong leaders. Wonderful.
So I'm so happy about what I've been told to share, because I taught in schools that were threatened by dropouts, but they never dropped out. So I can share with you why I had not dropped out. First, I was posted to Samburu as a principal of Kisima Girls High School, and the dropout cases were serious. I found only 82 girls in school. But when I left, 2009, it was a national school of 3 streams.
We need to appreciate that as well. Good work.
So some of these learners are challenged by community situations. For example, in Samburu, there was early marriages, and parents were not paying school fees for girls. So they had no choice but to drop out. So how did I handle it? I decided to make a school a home because I discovered girls in Samburu were not valued. They were not taken care of at home. They were seen in terms of 7 cows. In Samburu, whether you have PhD or you don't go to school, your dowry is 7 cows. So I decided to make them a home in Kisima Girls. I didn't start with the academics. I started by making a school a home. And I think they share the problems with your students. Parents are too busy for them. The community is full of people who went to school and are just at home, so they don't value schools. So dropping out is common all over Kenya now. So how did it become a home?
Now, madam, before you talk of how it became a home, I've heard that girls are seen as a number of cows. Now, when you were creating a home and bringing the girls on board, didn't you have conflict with the parents, and how did you address that in just a summary?
Fortunately, I did not, because I made friends with people who mattered. That time we had a DC, we had a DEO, we had a county clerk. Those were the community people. So I went to them and told them, girls in Kisima will not be married early. Can you help me?
Wow.
And they were very cooperative.
That is it.
During holidays, these girls didn't know they were going to be married. So I gave them my mobile number, all of them secretly. Girls in Samburu know they are going to be married after 6 p.m. in the evening when a bull arrives and visitors arrive. They still don't know who will be married. They will know when they are told, sit here, your hair will be shaved, you are the one being married today. So they would call me, and I would call the DEO, I would call the DC, I would call OCS. One time, even an area MP was arrested while enjoying his drink at around 1 a.m. when the marriage ceremony was going on. They would rush there. Police would rush there. Now, the word went round. If you want to marry, don't touch Kisima girls.
Wow. Wow, that is great. Let's just give one coordinated clap. When you hear something good, just give one clap silently. 1, 2.
So it was very easy. I only had 2 cases and none was ever married between Form 1 and 4. Just 2 cases which were dealt with properly. And they were not bitter with me. Instead, they appreciated me because they were also stranded. They were wondering how their girls would ever go to school, but they feared the elders.
Thank you, madam. Now, one on indiscipline. What of indiscipline? Because you have dealt with dropout and absenteeism. What of indiscipline?
Indiscipline can be very challenging. But what I did, I used the say that a school is a principal, and the principal is the school. Do you know the figure of the principal can bring discipline or indiscipline in a school? I want to say that when I'm standing, because I'm now a bit old, but I can stand.
Still strong.
You know, this point is very strong. I went to schools where there was total indiscipline. Total. I only headed 2 schools and only taught in 3 schools before I retired. I didn't like moving around. The first one in Samburu was total indiscipline. The teachers were doing what they liked. The students were doing what they liked. And the girls were doing what they liked. That is the community which they were in. As a principal, when you meet such a situation, you start with yourself. You know, I did something very important before I became a principal. I consulted 2 senior principals for help. I'm going to a school, a very small school, to be a principal. I want to make it big. How do I do that? Please, that bit is very important. So one of the things I was told by a principal, when you arrive in a school, have a commanding figure. How do you have a commanding figure? You cannot tell teachers to be smart and to keep time and to work hard when you are not doing it. When you are a principal, know that your shoes can cause a topic of discussion among students and teachers.
Wow. One clap.
When you are a principal, know that what you wear, your attire, can derail learning in a school. You can be a topic of discussion. Never tell students to be smart. Never tell teachers to be smart. Discipline starts with smartness. That is the core one. You look at the principal and you see discipline. Everybody will. For example, I went to a school where teachers were coming in a color shoes. They didn't care. And one of the principals I consulted before I became a principal, when I got my letter, told me, I'm sure you earn more than 30,000 shillings per month. Invest in clothing. if you are going to a new school.
Wow.
By then, the current MP of Rangwe, Lillian Gogo, was selling American suits in Nakuru. I went and told her, I'll take 5 and I'll be paying per month 20,000.
Wow. Those are very good experiences. Maybe
So,
you can summarize and then I'll give you time.
The teachers just
Later.
started becoming smart.
Wow.
The girls started becoming smart. My first board meeting was chaotic. Samburus came with sukas. Some didn't come because they were used to haggard boards and no food, etc. When they saw the suit I bought from Lillian Gogo, the second meeting was full and they were in suits.
Leading from the front. One clap.
So teachers,
Thank you.
there is even a simple thing like the first button. If I go to your school, I will know there is indiscipline by looking at the first student. The first button is a secret. Students are wearing ties and the first button is not tucked in. There is indiscipline in a school.
Wow.
The first button is a secret.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. If we can.
Thank you.
Really, etiquette teacher here. It's not only experience on matters administration, but even on matters etiquette. Thank you so much, madam. I'll still come back to you. I want to hand over to my colleague moderator to carry on from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister Isabella. We have learned a lot from her, and we need more time with her now that she is this rich. We've learned that consultation is very key here. And what is your school known for? Her school, Kisima, was known for something. Thank you for making us this rich. I want to make a step and jump to our former Keksha chairman, Homabay County, Mr. Bernard Ochieng Wood Mary, and the immediate former principal of a boys' primary boarding. Learning from this wealth of experience, my senior, what strategies proved effective in motivating teachers and creating positive school culture that led to your success as a teacher? Karibu sana, share with us.
Thank you very much. To the organizers, our county director, principals, heads of junior school, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm Bernard Ochieng Juma. I am retired. I taught for 41 years. Out of those 41 years, I was a head of institution for 25 years. I also held various positions. I was the CAPTCHA chairman for Rachonyo South, Rachonyo East, and finally, I was elected to be the CAPTCHA chairman for Homabay, Publicity and Organizing Secretary Nyanza, and a member of the National Governing Council, Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, and my dear listeners, what I want to share with you today, the strategies that I want to share with you today are not theories from textbooks. These are lessons that I learned. Sadly, I learned them by trial, I learned them by error, and several times I got it wrong before I got it right. Colleagues and dear listeners, motivating teachers to set up the culture of an institution is not an easy task. Particularly, I want to say that in the junior schools today, or complementary schools today, we have graduate teachers. I thank the principals of senior school. I honor you. These are ladies and gentlemen who are very difficult to deal with. I don't know how you deal with them. I thank God that I have retired. For the few days that I dealt with these young people, I found it to be an uphill task. These are young people who need to be motivated every day. They know when the school has received the capitation, even before you as the head of the institution has known. They even know the total amount of money that that school has received. Ladies and gentlemen, the first strategy is recognition. 2 days ago, I was watching something on TikTok. Kidogo, it made me sad. There was something on TikTok. 3 girls, college students, standing somewhere. Then, a few minutes, a madman emerges. And then he tells the girls, please, just give me a minute. Then the girls decide to give him a minute. Then he tells them, please, all of you, just tell me that you love me. Then these girls looked at the madman and they started shedding tears. Then finally one of them decides to tell the madman, I love you. Then the madman says, today I have known that I'm a human being. Our dear teachers, they also need from us just to tell them that you love them. They just need that word from the head of institution, from members of the board. Recognition, know each and every teacher individually. Know the needs of each and every teacher individually. Know the needs of each and every board member individually. Because there are some of the board members who are very good. They give good ideas. But they also have other needs. They'll come to you in your office anytime. Saa zingine anazirai tu. Anasema mambo mengine lakini umejua. You think ahead of him or her. Tell him, bwana, habari ya leo bwana. Ile matanga ilikuwaje bwana? Ati hiyo matanga ndio imenileta hapa. Hebu check simu yako. Thank you bwana head teacher. We meet again. Know the needs of each and every board member. Human beings need recognition. I love certain words that I heard during the conference from the County Quality Assurance and Standards Coast Province. He said that the thing that you are seeing is not the thing. The thing behind the thing is the thing. He also said that if you have mad people around you, most of these teachers are mad, put them close to you, such that when they are urinating, they urinate away from you. But if you put them far away, they will urinate on you. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I said that whatever I have cannot be got in any book. Let me just rush up. The second strategy that I used was involving teachers in decision making. They need recognition. They need to be involved in all the aspects of the school. Do you know that during my time, I told my boys at Uber Boys Boarding that you will be chewing sugarcane every week. The people who are demanding sugarcane from me were the teachers. The boys are required in class. Ile mewa iko namna gani baba? Teachers need very small things. Teachers need involvement even on small things, my dear colleagues. That strategy is investing on the professional growth of the teachers. Recognize them, take them out, let them see what other people also do, which I did several times. The fourth one is check on their welfare and the workload. As a head of institution and as the board, The fifth strategy is protecting the teachers from unnecessary interference. Thank God that I was the capture chairman. Nobody would touch my teachers. Teachers felt protected. I used all the strategies to ensure that our teachers were protected and they were working without any interference. Occasionally, like in boarding schools, I sympathize with those who are heading boarding school. Our parents ni wajuaji. They can write very many bad things about our teachers in the class water wall. If you are not a keen teacher, some of these things can make the teachers start going down in terms of the production. Finally, I want to say this, that the education system of this country is undergoing a very serious change. I call on all of us to put resilience, have a lot of ecstasy as we shift on gears to gain a new momentum. Board members, your role is to support the principals and heads of institutions in doing those things. Don't fight the school from outside. Let us work. If there is anything, let's discuss it in the school. I know some of us, there was a story of a certain school where the board members sat, they agreed, the teachers would be motivated this way and that way. They provided the resources, but that was never done. Let us be honest also as heads of institution. When the board has agreed on something, particularly on the motivation of teachers, let us do it. Thank you, and may this day bring blessings to all of us.
Wow. Wealth of experience. Let us give him one clap. Thank you very much, Ocheng Woodmary. I can recognize a number of times when you are so high, sometimes you are low. One of the greatest challenge that you ever met as a head of institution, just one. I know you met several. And how did you overcome these? We want to learn from experience. Thank you very much for this.
The most recent, before I retired on the 13th of January this year. When the Teacher Service Commission decided to post graduate teachers to our schools, they came. Like the case of Oberboy's boarding, I received 10 teachers at a go, graduates. Some of them had taught at Asumbi Girls, some of them beat high school at Gorosare. Name them, Kisumu boys. You can see Mr. Austin, my friend, is here. They did not want to sit anywhere close to primary teachers. They demanded to have their own space. I told them that we are lacking resources. They said this school can afford a tent. Just have a tent for us. Ladies and gentlemen, the tricks I used to have them sit together with the primary school teachers came from God. Be a father. Be a father. Go down on your knees. Tell them you are my sons, you are my daughters. Education is not anything kama unajigamba nae. Let us see what you know in these children. And kidogo kidogo, with a little motivation, they accepted to sit with primary teachers. Thank you.
Wonderful. Can we appreciate Ocheng Woodmary? Thank you very much. What a wonderful wealth of experience we are getting from our learned friends. Back to you, my co-moderator, Isabella.
Thank you, Mr. Kisulu. Madam Paris, we are not yet done with you. I gave you a break because I knew those points were very strong and you needed a break. Now, I want to give you 3 minutes to tell us, and this board of management that are here, what lessons can today's school leaders learn about managing schools in communities affected by poverty and vulnerability? Madam Perez has taught 3 schools, as she said, Nakuru High School, I believe, Lanet and Kisima Girls. Only 3 schools. Madam, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Seems she loves standing. She's still a teacher, very strong. Over 70, but still strong. Thank you, madam.
Allow me to stand.
It's okay. You are allowed.
When it comes to managing poverty, it is now creeping all over Kenya. And I was lucky to teach to head 2 poverty-stricken schools. So I can talk about it. The first one was extreme. Girls are supposed to be married and not to be educated. So those who escape to school, would you send them home for fees? Girls who escaped from home to learn, would you send them home for fees? I never did that. We didn't have money. But there is only one thing that can bring money to schools. The first 2 years when you are given a school, work on results. I was lucky that my first year in Kisima, they saw the first B. And my first year in Lanet, they saw the first B. So people started paying money. And when people with money know that they will go to your school and their kids will go to university, you will get richer parents. But when you don't have results, my dear principals, you will never have money in your school. So just struggle, even if it means you use your own money the first 2 years, have results. How do you have results? Work on your C plane and above. You know what you are doing? You are looking for money. The school is poor. The C plane and above will bring you money in the school. Because once a child has C plane, this one is going to get a B and above. Work on them. While some things you just do and students don't realize, teachers don't realize that you are working on C. You go and ask teachers, what do we do to our students who have scored C plane and above after we have announced cut results? You know, you are looking for what he said, consult.
Wow.
And then they will say, we give them goats, we give them bread, we give them sodas. Then you come to a compromise. Do that.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Wow. Look for parents who have money. Pray God. Anyway, thank you so much, madam, for telling us that. Now I want to take it back to Mr. Mbura. Yes, he's retired, but not tired. And actually, you can see it the way he's looking. Thank you so much.
Very strong. He looks 48.
Really? Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. Now, I know...
I can hear you cheating me.
The audience can attest that one later. During our social break, we are going to hear that. I know during your time, Mr. Mbura, you had mentorship programs. Now, what role did mentorship play in developing future school leaders?
Thank you. I retired in 2017. I'm about 10 years old in retirement. And of course, I enjoy it. It's not a punishment. It's another change of responsibility. I personally have done my life with young people most of my time. Even the young teachers, when they came, some of them are jumpy, but we would find how to cool their temperature, which we successfully did. And I also would want to add what my great friend has said. Apart from the motivating aspect of words, you can also document. Just write a letter to every teacher and quote his mean score and tell him you're a great man. I'm sure next year you are moving this mean to another higher level. You can even slot in, just as he was saying, that teachers value small things, and they're important for them. If you are in the position of the office where you are handling money, so you slot in even some 200, but let them be new notes, not old notes.
Straight from the bank.
Yeah, straight from the bank. It may not be a big money, but a new money. Then just slot it in there.
Those are secrets of
You
motivation.
may not need to write individual letters. You only need, because nobody will expose that to another person. They are going to read it quietly alone. But the same words, only names are changed, and the mean score per subject. You praise the teachers. Tell them next year, I'm sure, if you did this with this group here, next year, I'm seeing us going to 10. Even if we don't go to 10, just tell them we are going to 10.
Yeah.
That motivates, and it remains a permanent document that even if he goes for any interview, he can produce. That adds value to the people that are there. On mentorship, I dealt with my students, the low achievers. Because I'm the principal, I have all the money in the school. I told the kitchen staff to organize good tea with very little water, a lot of milk. And I told them to buy bread. Don't smear bread with blue band, paint it. Because I know the people who are going to eat it. And we called each one of us into the school office. Then I just told them, just eat, take tea. So they took tea, finished it, and we started talking. So the first question I asked them, have you seen what going to school can do? And I reminded them, can you imagine that's the kind of tea I'm taking every day? Because I went to school. Then I reminded them, we can change this thing. Wow. I'm a strong believer that caning does very little, but words inspire people more than what the cane can do. So I speak to them. No words live longer than the cane. You can be cruel in the school, you walk with a cane, it's okay. When we see you, we run away. When you are not there, we just go back to what we are doing. But when you speak words to people, words remain and live longer than you. So I ensured when I address my students, I speak like I will not speak tomorrow. And they know. So I told them, if you want to eat this kind of food tomorrow, then you must go back and change how you handle yourself in front of the books you are holding. If you do a good job with this one, then you can be sure. Because there are schools that can do much better because they have resources. We didn't have much resources. So we ensured that every child is given a chance. Number two, I handled a case of a boy who was number last. And he came back to school after the holiday. The father was a teacher. And also an art treasurer, where I will not tell you. So the boy came back and told me, hey, Prince, ilikuwa ngumu nyumbani. Even eating was difficult. Maneno na neno kila wakati. I did not eat at home. So I called the father and I told the father that there are things you can't do. Only God can do. So your business is pay school fees, give enough pocket money, buy good uniform, go home and sleep. Leave this child alone. You cannot teach your child. I'm the one who will teach your child. Then we did an exam and called that boy forward the day we released the result. He had only beaten 3 students from last There were 60. He came to number 57. During the assembly, I had the intention to ensure that I move this boy by mentoring him through words to become a better person tomorrow. So I told the whole assembly, in this school, if boys can work like this boy here. So I told him, boy, come forward. He doesn't know his position. So the boy came forward. And I told them, if in this school all boys can work like this boy, we are expecting a great result. So copy him. And I saw the boy walking back swollen. But he doesn't know his position. That was the end of that boy becoming last in that school.
Wow.
By the end of that period, he qualified to the university.
Wow. Just give a generous one, 1, 2. Another one. Words have power.
So we build it through words. I've handled, again, students who are spiritually have a problem. You know the problem we have today in our schools? Apart from what we are saying, we are laying everything. There's a lot of spiritual disposition to our learners. A serious one. So there are those that you would get from the beginning who do not care. You identify them through the way they dress. They are ever dirty. They don't care what they are doing about their cleanliness. They don't do homework. They have come from a home where the parents do not understand them equally. Now, if you identify such and start talking to them, they may tell you the truth. So mentorship would lead me to help such who are down come up through spiritual counseling, build them to know that they are valued. I am the one that takes the leadership of that value and attach it on that child. And that has enabled me to see young people changing their daily common trends and becoming better. Finally, I want to say that in the mentorship, even parents require the same. Because there are parents who want to live their life they didn't live through their children. And that becomes a very big challenge. Equally, we do the mentorship on handling the parents. I don't know whether we have reached somewhere. And if you have not reached, I've stopped.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's just appreciate him. 1, 2. Yes, that is the real experience that we needed. And I believe as board of managers, some of these strategies, you're going to discuss them in the boardroom and see which one will fit your schools. Thank you so much. Over to you, my co-moderator.
Wow. Bwana Principal Philip Ombura, retired, but not tired. I love the way you handle your teachers. Thank you very much for this wonderful open mind that you've given to our people. Suppose you have started all over again as a new teacher today. Any one word advice to a newly appointed principal who is coming in today?
If I begin today, I have many things to change. The nature I handle the students, the way I handle them, I will change. You know, sometimes we do not reason with students. We just see them and you go straight to disciplining them. Today, I can choose to lose before a student.
Wow.
And give a chance to that student to say what he wants to say and hear him and tell him you are right, mine is better because I'm older than you.
Wow.
So I can advise you.
Let us appreciate our great panelists. Another coordinated club. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, learning from experience. We have all learned. I loved the bit he said that if you've not moved somewhere, you need remedial. you are a time taker. He has given it to us the way it is. Thank you very much, great leaders of this county of Homabay. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard, you've also learned the way I have learned. there's a bit that is challengeful to you, that you is not addressed, that you may want to find out from them how to handle. Here with us is the wealth of experience. Don't let professors go home with a lot of knowledge. Any question, any concern that you may want them to address before we send them back to the floor. I'm going to give this chance to at least at most three concerns. We are talking of great teachers. Thank you very much. Already I have one. Let me see if there is any other. Wonderful. Number 2 is there. The third and the last concern. Aha. I love the gender beat. Brother Peter, you can move this side. There's a lady in red. We can get and learn from them. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
Introduce yourself and then present your question.
My name is Dr. Richard Agure. I am a BOM chair.
Just move in front. The cameraman would want to capture you as you ask your question. Those three kindly move forward so that we take shortest time possible. Thank you. Thank you. Proceed.
I am a BOM chair of Obilo Comprehensive School in Rachwanyo North Sub-County. I'm very impressed with the experience of my dear senior colleagues. I'm also over 70. But I've missed one thing. I'm attending here as a BOM member. And in my experience with my school, there's a lot to be addressed, to do with the school heads. They have missed telling me how do I relate with the school heads. They have a lot of experience relating with the teachers, with the students, but there's a lot between the heads and the BOM members, particularly the chair. Some of the chairs do not even talk to the BOMs. People are fighting over money. People are fighting for ABCD. They have missed that kind of experience. Please, can you advise?
Thank you very much. Wealth of experience is with us here, the relationship with our people. Second question, please. Thank you for noting that.
Thank you so much. Joshua Magadi, engineer in electrical. BOM chair, Governor Witi Kisenye Primary and Junior School. I only have one question, but I have to appreciate the wealth of knowledge that we are receiving from our experienced teachers who have handled a number of issues when they were in service. That is great. I've just been concerned and wondering about a situation where, as a board chair and the committee, I think Dr. you handled what I wanted to handle, a little bit of it. But what happens to a situation where you have a fixing manager? Because in management, in administration, you would be having a good board where consultation is key and it takes place all the time. But you have a manager who is referred to as a fixing manager. In his mind, what he knows is that that is the only right thing. So you discuss, you really want to come with ideas that to really make the school to grow, but maybe outside consultation makes it possible for him to do his things his way. So what do we do with a fixing manager? That is the only question I wanted to pose.
Good question. Madam Principal. Yes, leaders with fixed mind. Board says this, but they believe theirs the best. How do you advise? Good. We are moving to the third and the last question.
Thank you.
Category.
All protocols observed. I have a very simple thing that we need to hear how it's going to be addressed. There is a trend of my dress, my choice. You talk about it, I take you head on. How do we handle these young ones? Thank you.
Commissioner, they are done. Thank you.
Good. Let me change my positioning so that my dress, my choice is addressed by Madam Principal. The issues with the fixed mind leadership, I give to our senior principal, the other side. Our questions were three. I'll start with my senior, former immediate Keksha chairman, Ochieng Ward Mary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know. But let me say this. Being a head of institution, or a principal for that matter, require a lot of intelligence. I learned this art when I was still very young. I tell you, my colleague, heads of institution, dealing with the board members is not a serious issue to me. You know, this board chairman, just the board chair calling you, "Bwana head teacher, how are you?" "Yes, sir." Unajua tayari umemwanguza. They need recognition. I used to tell the heads of Rachonyo East, I know, even according to the audit, you can see the county auditor is here. They are not supposed to sign for you a blank check. But the way you deal with the board chair, you can sign even 10 of them. Are you aware? Maybe our primary section is slightly different from secondary. The board chair can even be the one calling you, "Bwana head, pesa imeingia unafikiriaje?" There are procedures that are set out by the Ministry of Education that you do a budget. We sit together, we do a budget, we agree that these are the things that we are going to do. In terms of infrastructure, in terms of academics, we agree on in all areas of the budget. If you are a good head of institution, kindly implement what has been agreed on by the board members. If you don't, that will be the beginning of trouble. Because actually they will ask, "Where have you taken that money?" So according to me, my dear Daktari, I don't understand where a head of institution should differ, or a head of institution should not be close to the members of the board, because all these are specified. If the money comes, these are the procedures that you are supposed to do. This is how you are supposed to record. These are the people that you are supposed to involve. If you have received money for infrastructure, these are the procedures. And our dear heads, don't be in everything. You want to be in all the committees. Some of those committees, because you could be having the deputy principal, the deputy head teacher, who is brewing some challenges here. Where you are supposed to involve the deputy, please do. Where you are supposed to involve the boarding master for the boarding schools, please do. There will be no problem with boarding. Know each their interest. Some of them, like in primary, they need very small things. I don't want to elongate so much. They need very small things. Do those small things for the peace in that school. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. One big clap for him. Thank you. What causes the difference between the head of institutions and the board? Nothing. We have agreed, it's written down from the chairman himself. Thank you very much, Ochieng Ward Mary. Allow me to move to our last principle before I finish with Our Lady. Fixed mind in leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You know, before we come to fixed mind, how is your mind, yourself? Because those are two things we must balance. Before you claim my mind is fixed, because you could be the instigator that made my mind also to be fixed. So we must balance the two. And I want to remind board members, you know, it's a volunteer job. It's not employment. Don't go to school when you are not wanted there. Go there when there is a meeting. You know, that is important to do. I had a problem with the same. One who would come, and he insisted when we had done some recruitment, which he refused because he didn't want that teacher to be recruited. But he had his candidate who was not able to qualify. So he equally came with a fixed mind. And I had to find, so we were there with the ministry representative. So we talked. And the minister said, if we can't get the other one because it does not qualify, we take this one. Then the chair refused to sign. Said this one was not my choice, so I can't sign. So I took the document to the office, and I told them, the chairman cannot sign, you can advise. So the officer said, give me, I will sign on behalf of the chairman, and I'm waiting for the chairman to come and accuse me. But you see, the chairman later said that I'm the one who faked his signature and signed. Fixed mind. So before we arrive there, let's see, how do we handle this man with a fixed mind? There is nobody can ever be stubborn when there is a way through which he can ventilate. You cannot remain stubborn through. So before you fix up a thing that will lead to a fight, see, you have friends. You are a board chair who is concerned. Use another avenue. Because you are helping that school. That man is going away tomorrow. But he might have spoiled an area. So find a way. Because you have got other ways you can. You even know a few heads who can talk to that head. So that you are working, but quietly, but winning. So that you don't stage up a war that looks obvious. That the board chair and the principal are not working together. Over issues that can be resolved. And you know all those issues, there's around about money.
Wow, wow.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. One big clap to our principal. Once a principal, always a principal. He has brought harmony on the table. Board members and the principal. Management of institutions can be this easy. Thank you for that wealth of experience. Finally, to our Madam Principal. My dress, my choice. We are in school. We are teaching. What is the way forward? Karibu sana.
Thank you, moderator. I'm really feeling for the current principals. During your time, teachers have been allowed to teach in trousers, isn't it? When they are ladies, isn't it? It is during your time. Maybe I can just briefly tell you how I never encountered any problem of my dress, my choice. I had this habit in the two schools I headed of greeting any teacher I met in the morning hours. Good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. And I would comment on your dressing. Hey, Mwalimu, you are smart. Now, which teacher would like to come with my dress and my choice? And every day, the principal either says, good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. You are very smart. Can they come with my dress, my choice? Let us just be human. But what she's saying, I saw. I was lucky to be made a board member in a school in Homabay County. And something shocked me. The principal was coming in a mini that she couldn't even bend. All the board meetings. I'm going back to the principal. My dress, my choice could be coming from the principal. Where the principal is very decent. And I mean very decent. Even when the privilege of wearing trousers and you are a principal, that privilege is not for you. Let them do it, but the day a girl will wear that trouser with a long top going to her knees, go to the staff room. Hey, look at so and so. This is the teacher we should emulate. No student can laugh when she's writing on the board. Not that you like the trousers, but what do? It is now allowed by TAC. So if somebody does it decently, commend that person. You know, they are also human. They will see how that one is dressed. But I'm sorry to say, it starts with the principal. How do you handle your ladies when they are smart? And how do you dress yourself? I don't think it can happen in my institution if 80-year-olds were being appointed principal and I'm in a school.
Wow.
Just something small.
Yes, please.
Because you seem to be talking more on the girl child. There is this group we have who are officially allowed to put trousers, like us. My first, one important point he has made which stands out is the way you address at the head of institutions determines how the others dress. That is given.
Correct.
When I was a principal, I would dress like I've tried doing today, and go and do not sit on the chair of the principal. I just sit where visitors are supposed to sit. And those who come in to see the principal will come and greet me and tell me they wanted to see the principal. And I said, it is okay, just wait, he's coming. Then he goes out and tells, now come, he has come. Then he comes and we talk and finish. One thing I told my male teachers, number one, you are a mentor. The way you dress makes these boys equally think to dress like you tomorrow. Two, how you dress before you dress us, we see you first. And how we see you determines how we receive what you are telling us. So I told them, if you go to class in a t-shirt and you are teaching physics, there's a problem. Because they are thinking that any physics teacher must put a t-shirt, which is not correct. So even if you are a day you have a t-shirt, please a day come full suit, and you will see those students clapping for you because you have surprised them. They appreciate good things. Thank you.
Wow. Can we give them one coordinated clap? We are so happy to have learned this much from our principals, the honors of knowledge that we are enjoying today. I want to give my co-moderator this last bit to give us the panel shot. Karibu.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for what you have shared today. I know it has really impacted on all of us here. Now, as a parting shot, what that one important lesson that would share to the current leaders you borrow from your generation if they are to implement? That one lesson in 20 seconds, not explaining, that one lesson that, if possible, the current leaders can borrow from your generation, starting with you, Mr. Mbura.
Number one.
Only one.
That's number one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to number two.
Thank you.
Number one. Life is people. Life is not assets. The students you are handling in that school are people. Touch their lives. When you touch their lives, they will remember you.
Wow. Touching the lives of students. Next, thank you so much. Kindly give it to Madam Perez.
In one sentence, a principal is a very important person, and that position nobody will take from you. The lowest, the humblest, if at all there is such a word, person, in a school who can even greet a cook and can greet teachers, sir and madam, is the principal. It helps.
Wow. Wow.
Don't sit on that tower. You are the lowest in that school. You will receive results.
Thank you. servant leadership. Thank you so much. Next to Chairman.
Thank you very much. Leave a legacy in your school. There are those who walked with Jesus Christ. When the Bible was being written, they were not remembered. Be remembered.
Wow. Leave a legacy in that school. Let's appreciate them with one very good hearty clap. 1, 2. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists. Before you go, I would wish that you move here to the front as I invite the front.
of Education, Madam Eunice Haemba. Good. Wonderful.
Thank you so much, our team of moderators and our team of the panelists, Pots of Wisdom. As they are taking the photos, allow me invite the teachers' choir. Teachers' choir, if you're around, just take to the floor immediately as they are taking the photos. Teachers, choir, oh, thank you. Nicely dressed, you are welcome. Just begin taking your way as they are taking the photos. That was a game of wits, a robust discussion, full of wisdom, full of experience, coming out that the head of the institution, you need to dress smartly. And what has come out is that those children, they look at your shoes. So if you are a head of institution or a leader, look at your shoes. And I'm going to open a boutique where I'll be selling those shoes. Come and get them from me, okay? At only 20,000 per month.
I wish you would have told the DJ.
And you would have instilled discipline in that institution. As I'm saying that, I know some of you are looking at me with fixed minds. It is me whose mind is fixed. So it was quite entertaining. And one of them said that he's happy that he's not going to deal with those graduates in in junior school. Are we done? So the teachers' choir, you can take to the floor. You know, as teachers, we don't teach learners what we don't do. We teach them what we do. We teach them what we do. I do, you do, we do. That is the concept of the competency-based education. Teachers' choir, karibu. I'm told our panelists are waiting for you. They want to dance. You'll be singing, and the panelists and the moderators will be the dancers.
Our county director, guests, head teachers, principals, and BOI members. Homabay County Teachers Choir, in short Hokotek, presents a folk song. This is a song about a lady whom we are looking for. She may be here. Ukisikia jina na umwone karibu, umwambie tunamtafuta. Karibuni.
jaber winj ber. Wolololo na wero jeni yo. Jaber winj ber ajeni. Yawan yanda luonge nyakanyada. Yawan yanda luonge nyakanyada. Kenda luonge ni lera. Yanya gijeri. Yawa kenda luonge ni lera. Ana wiri jaber wuri mina lela. Weni chanda achal kod muoch momako dhako ne karuto achal kod bunga tagala. Ruto randa ragwel wuri mina juli. Weni ridore okwaro jaber to winjo. Ato koro winjie ni mano japuonj moro makia puonjo science maber. Onyiso nyithindo niya, all reptiles must live in water. To nyathi ma wiye ler mosepuonj gi joma riek lilo lilo machalo director mar county mangima kochung ni weche mag education kaachiel kod Dr. Jane principal Mangongo penje niya, japuonj karo bongo to ti mang'ewi yath to japuonj ka ichore ni bongo is a reptile ma koko dwa daki e pi to mano wach ne ok dianga chune kare ajeni wayang'ula yol wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa ajeni wayang'ula yo wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa ajeni wayang'ula yo wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa ajeni wayang'ula yo wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel jobod benika wayang'ula jeni to margi Elena ni yawa jobod benika wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa pie benika wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa director benika wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa jotelo benika wayang'ula jeni to nakosa ng'ol ni yawa ziada benika wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa amadi benika wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa jodongo yoro budho wayang'ula jeni to margi Elena ni yawa Kisulu benika wayang'ula jeni to nakosa ng'ol ni yawa scout bende nika wayang'ula jeni to ni lal kanyel ni yawa awudi mini kora makondu mawudi nyaro toto tinadalos kodu wacha awudi mini kora makondu mawudi nyaro toto tinadalos kodu wacha eno do manyo jeni ni lando nyari nyadani mone benda ko wigodo thik ene ni nyiso bange kajuma ni yoro moto ini ne obange piny mwak alendo goyo sime ikono wuoda dhiambo ni kinyariti kama erotek eno kiujo kunyango ya wina ne budha kachengo loko lando to donge kaki wacho kaka ber eno kiujo kunyango ya wina ne budha kachengo loko lando to donge kaki wacho Mak. Bechinga you the more machalogi 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 mak. Adi amanyombasa na michumbi. Elando era maluonga ni jakawere. Abenda dwoko dhani ni lando jaber. Bede pini gaminga no keto kara. Jagoyo gaminga mangecho gwara. Welkura weo ni jeni mama nyakanyada. Chukela sara nera kende. Jaera wende wende waya mayori kirelo jeni manyako. Oyo jaera. Cheng na yu di kure to pimnane. Cheng na yu di kure to pimnane. Duogi geng na koyo eksanda. Duogi geng na koyo eksanda. La kokom koganda pimnane. La kokom koganda pimnane. Anila nunyari nyodongo mamoj maninde. La nunyari nyodongo. Ya era kenda koyo ya kumla. Kokom koganda nyanyona. Anonyanya mire ya derume. Kwana la wachi mtila sara kumla turwaka.
Oh, thank you so much, Homabay teachers. Tupigie makofi tafadhali. As we train those learners, we do it ourselves, okay? So don't ask me why your bongo bongo is on the tree. And it's a reptile, and all reptiles live in water. I know somebody is looking at my head, thinking my head looks like a bongo bongos, eh? So thank you so much, the Homabay Choir. Thank you so much, our moderators and the panelists. I told you yesterday that all sitting but no eating makes BOM members and PA members dull. So we must go and eat and drink and be merry. The Epicureans say that we must eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. But we are not going to die. We are going to take our tea. The guests, we shall remain seated. You'll be guided. Our PA members, our teachers and our board members, we shall be served from the other side. We're giving ourselves 20 minutes. It is now 29 minutes past 11. At 20 minutes, that is at 11:49, we must be back and seated for the next session to enjoy chai. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm reminded we must pray for the tea, okay? And it was intentional. I wanted to know if you teach people, you always pray for tea.
Let us bless the tea. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for the provision of tea that is before us. As we partake on it, you bless it in Jesus' name.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good. We had a good day. My co-moderator, you did it well.
Thank you.
dunia mzima. Wilson Juma anajua. Christina mama, baby era Mungu kira,
We are behind the schedule. Let us come back so that we start. Tuingie ili tuweze kuanza. Tufanye haraka haraka turudi. Tuko nyuma ya saa. Kwa wale ambao washamaliza, tafadhali turudi ili tuweze kuendelea. Wale ambao washamaliza kunywa chai, tafadhali turudi ili tuweze kuanza. Tafadhali turudi and settle down so that we start. All our guests, we still welcome you for this final day Homabay County Education Expo. Feel very welcome. Let's settle down so that we can start. The movement that I'm still seeing, please, we want to move very fast. Tunataka tuanze, ndiposa tumalize mapema.
Thank you so much, Bwana DJ. For those who have taken tea and are making stories in the field, with the humility, we are requesting you to get into the hall. By the end of the day, we are going to create a storytelling session where we'll pair you with the person you're making stories with. But for now, just get into the tent. Just get into the tent. I know some of you by name, but I don't want to call you.
This one is Egerton University. So I can find out these two.
Those greeting each other in the field, come in. Hello? Hello? Behind there, if you are within, just settle. Naturally, we like greeting one another, which is quite good. But we need to do it at the right time. We started this morning with our rapporteurs, with our keynote address. We went into that exciting sharing of experiences from our senior citizens, and they shared with us a great deal. We learned a lot from them. The debate was quite stimulating. The debate was quite exciting. And I know we learned a lot from it. We want to move to the next panel. That is panel 9. And I want to invite our chief moderator for that session to take up the program, and they'll invite the panelists. But before I do that, I'm reminding those in the field to join us. And I'm reminding those standing and making stories behind there to lend us their ears. At the end of the day, we will give you back your ear. For now, lend it to us. Allow me to invite Mr. Eli Kisulu to take over the program and invite the moderators for this next panel discussion. Welcome, Kisulu.
Asante sana, our master of ceremony of the day, who is also our sub-county director of education, Rachuenyo South, Mr. Julius Opondo. To our guests of the day, ladies and gentlemen, our board members who are present with us here, our dignitaries, I want to say a time has come after that short health break that we get back to the podium and proceed with our business of the day. Allow me to once again welcome you to day 3 of our County Education Forum, Homabay County, the year 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, as I say this, I want to give you some 30 seconds to settle so that we start on a very strong note for success of our meeting. Today being the last day, I want us to settle and finish early for us to be able to travel back early. On that note, it's important I recognize participation from all our sub-counties within the Homabay County. My name is Commissioner Eli Kisulu, one of our moderators. For now, my duty is simple. My duty is currently to present to you our panelists that are going to participate in this forum at this time. These panelists are going to be guided by our moderators of the day. Our moderator number 1 for the day is coming all the way from Siaya County, Madam Isabella Bota, our County Quality Assurance and Standards Officer. Let us put our hands together as we welcome Madam Isabella. Thank you very much. Together with Madam Isabella will be our co-moderator, Mr. Zedi Ouma. Mr. Zedi Ouma works with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and for the purpose of this event, he will be our moderator for this second session. Let us appreciate him as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and for even first settling for this session. At this moment, it is my duty to present to you our panelists of this day. Number 1 in the list is Dr. Jane Krishna Odhiambo. Daktari, karibu sana. Karibu. Tumpigie makofi anapopanda juu. Asante sana, Daktari. We are here, we are patient and glad to learn from your wealth of experience that you are carrying with you to make Homabay County a different place. Next, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Egerton University, Professor Samuel Nyalala, son of Homabay County, the board chairman of Bakita Girls. Let us appreciate him as he gets on stage. Asante sana, Professor. We value your presence and we value your knowledge of wisdom, and wisdom that you are ready to share with us. Ladies and gentlemen, the third panelist is Mr. Tom Mboya, our principal. Aha. Asante sana, Bwana Principal. Principal Ober Boys. I want to believe I'm right. A Principal Ober Boys. Let us appreciate him. Asante sana, Bwana Principal. We value your rich experience and we would be glad to learn. Next in line, ladies and gentlemen, we have got Professor Kiche Magak. Professor Kiche Magak. Let us put our hands together as we welcome Professor Kiche. Thank you very much, Professor. As Homabay County, we value you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is our principal, Kisumu Boys, Mr. Austin Muma. Let's appreciate. Aha, thank you, thank you. The son of the county of Homabay. We value it when we put our minds together. We grow as a county. Next in line, ladies and gentlemen, is the chief principal of Gande Girls, Dr. Jen Odhiambo. Aha, let us appreciate daktari anapoingia jukwani. Asante sana. Thank you very much, Dr. Jen. Thank you very much, Dr. Jen. We value your wealth of experience and we want to grow as a county. As we said yesterday, our county is moving from good to great. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, our last panelist is from the Office of the Data General, Dr. Simon Naboso. Let us appreciate Daktari anapoingia uwanjani. Good. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, having settled our panelists, okay. Thank you very much. Consultation is part and parcel of our growth and development. I would like to take this chance to recognize and to welcome our honorable senior principal and immediate former chairman of Kesha, Homabay County, Bwana Dickens Bula. Karibu sana. Chief Principal, thank you very much for that correction. We value you. Kindly feel welcome. There is a seat here for you. Karibu sana. Karibu. Ladies and gentlemen, as we start this panel, where our moderators are already seated, I want to open for us the curtain to call Dr. Ngatia from Kemi to open the curtain for us as we start this. Can we appreciate Dr. Ri all the way from Nairobi? I know all of us came from Homabay County, and this is the only gentleman who traveled several hours to be with us to make this event successful. Dr. Ngatia, as a county of Homabay, we have learned a lot from Kemi, and as a county, we are still glad to keep learning. Thank you very much, Dr. Let us appreciate him once again. As soon as he will be done, he will hand over the microphone to our moderator number 1, Bwana Zedi Ouma. Karibu sana mkubwa.
Thank you, Bwana Kisulu, HSC, I believe. My name is Simon Gatia, and I work with the Kenya Education Management Institute. Now, I appear on this podium representing my CEO. I know you might say that being delegated such an opportunity is kind of a good omen. Leadership may rub onto me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for offering this podium and this opportunity to address the great county of Homabay. I want to delve, in the interest of time, I want to delve directly into the speech of my CEO. I would have aired my own sentiments because I come with my own ideas. And as a practitioner in the field of education, I can also add on a few words of wisdom to this podium. So whatever I say after this are the words of my CEO. As the Gen Z say, unaweza ongeza sauti ya Dr. Morris Ododo. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, we appreciate the county leadership in the education sector, in other sectors. We are aware that somewhere in this county, and our data at Kemi confirms this, there are 2 secondary schools in the same sub-county, same community, similar socioeconomic background, same capitation grants, same national examinations. Yet, one consistently produces students who transition to universities and meaningful careers. The other struggles year after year with poor performance, high dropout rates, and disengaged teachers. What is the difference between the 2 schools? The answer is almost never the infrastructure. It is almost never the location or the caliber of students. The single most consequential variable in the life of a school, more than money, more than facilities, is the quality of leadership, the integrity of governance, and the culture of accountability that runs through every corridor of that institution. I extend sincere appreciation to Mrs. Haimba and the County Education Board for this invitation. It is not lost on me that Kemi, whose very mission is strengthening education management capacity, has been asked to anchor this session. I also note with pride that my colleague, Dr. Mwanza, has been moderating this forum, I think on the first day, a reflection of our commitment to working alongside you, not merely training and retreating. Let me address the pillar of redefining school leadership. For too long, we have defined the role of a school head as primarily administrative, managing timetables, signing receipts, attending sub-county meetings, and so on and so forth. While necessary, these are fundamentally insufficient for the era we are in. Effective school leadership today demands 3 things above all. Number 1, instructional leadership. Under CBE, the most urgent task of every school head is ensuring that teachers are genuinely implementing the new pedagogy, not performing it for inspection days. This requires principals who spend time in classrooms, who can distinguish a competency-focused lesson from a content delivery lecture, and who coach their teachers rather than simply supervise them. I want to ask directly, when did you last sit in a classroom? That is for the school heads. Not to evaluate and intimidate, but to learn alongside your teachers. The answer, if you did, reveals much about the leader you are. Number 2, culture and ethics. School culture is set from the top. I think we have heard that from our panelists who are before us. When a principal models punctuality, integrity, and a love of learning, that culture permeates downwards. Conversely, when absenteeism or favorism is tolerated at the leadership level, it cascades through the entire system. We cannot ask children to acquire the values of integrity and social responsibility while modeling the opposite from the front office. The most powerful accountability mechanism in any school is the daily conduct of its leaders. Number 3, community connection. In Homabay County, where teenage pregnancy, absenteeism, poverty, and child labor intersect the school environment, no principal can afford to lead in isolation. The most effective school leaders here are those who have built genuine partnerships with parents, elders, religious leaders, and county government. They do not wait for the community to come to the school. They go to the community because a child who is safe, fed, and emotionally supported at home is a child who can learn at school. Now, the second pillar of this congregation touches on governance, and I would like to focus more on the BOM as a strategic partner in matters governance in the school. The Board of Management is not a rubber stamp, as many may think. It is not a ceremonial body that convenes once a term to receive reports. The BOM is vested with authority over school finances, infrastructure, policy implementation, and community accountability. That is a privilege and a serious responsibility. 3 governance deficits demand our urgent attention. Number 1, financial opacity. Government capitation grants, the fees that we collect in our schools and development partners' contribution must be managed with absolute transparency. The presence of county schools auditor in this forum and the inclusion of the Office of the Auditor General into this panel signals this county takes financial accountability seriously. But accountability must be proactive. Robust internal controls, clear procurement procedures, and BOM members who understand their fiduciary duty. KEMI's governance training is specifically designed to build this financial literacy. We invite BOM members in this room to engage with us. And I'm glad to hear that we have PA members and other board members in the congregation. Number 2 on governance is about politicizing of school governance. The school is a sanctuary of learning. When board members become a conduit of political patronage, when decisions about contracts, staffing, or admissions are influenced by politics rather than best interest of learners, then the entire governance edifies collapse. Good governance requires BOM members who declare conflicts of interest and resist pressure from outside the school legitimate structures. The other thing is about tokenism in community participation. The law provides for parent representation on boards of management. But are these parents generally empowered to participate? Are BOM meetings conducted in ways that invite their voice or dominated by technical jargon that excludes community members? In the context of Homabay, rich community fabric, governance must be genuinely inclusive, not a performance of inclusion. On matters accountability, which will be a major discussion for the panel, we would wish to move from mere rhetorics to results. Accountability ultimately means being answerable, not just to supervisors, but the children who arrive at our school every morning hoping to receive a quality education. Two dimensions of this vital aspect are transformative. One, data-driven decision-making. As you are aware, Kenya has invested in KEMIS, that is the Kenya Education Management Information System. And data on enrollment, transition rates, attendance, teacher-pupil ratios, and examination performance is available, or will become much more available as we move on. And yet, in too many schools, this data sits in systems rather than driving decisions. I want to ask every principal and all the heads of institutions in this room, what is your current Form 1 to Form 4 transition rates? What is your Class 3 literacy attainment level? If you cannot answer or don't know where to look within minutes, data is not yet part of your leadership practice. And this is a challenge to you. KEMI has developed school improvement dashboard tools precisely to address this. You cannot manage what you cannot measure. The other thing is about external quality assurance. I wish to commend the Quality Assurance and Standards officers of Homabay County, all of you who participate in this important exercise. Your role is not punitive. It is diagnostic and developmental. The best counselors visit schools not as inspectors looking for failure, but as partners looking for conditions that unlock success. I also recognize extraordinary commitment required to serve the areas schools of Bita and Suba, where children across the water deserve exactly the same quality of oversight as children in the county headquarters, signifying equity of attention, not just equity of policy. As an institution, KEMI was established to bridge the gap between policy ambition and implementation reality. Our mandate is to build the management and leadership capacity of education managers at every level, from school leaders, from school heads and BOM members to sub-county directors and national officers. We offer accredited courses in our institute for all levels of education leadership sector. We are also developing an e-platform to make KEMI's resources accessible to school leaders in remote areas, including island communities like Suba and Bita, without requiring extended absence from their schools. I make a specific commitment to Mrs. Haimba and to Professor Ondote today that KEMI is ready to sit with your team, review the leadership development needs emerging from this forum, and co-design a targeted county education leadership program for Homabay. You honored us. You honored us with this invitation, and we intend to honor it with action that extends beyond this morning. And for that reason then, I would like to call for action to every one of us, and to every principal and head of institution in this room. Commit to spending at least 2 hours per week in classroom, coaching and not inspecting. Make your school improvement plan a living document reviewed with staff every term. Also, engage at least one form of professional development opportunity this year. That's what I call on the principals and the head teachers. To every board member in this room, know your legal mandate. Demand financial transparency. Resist political interference. Engage Kemi's BOM training programs. Because knowledge in governance is not optional. And to the county education leadership, develop a Homabay County Education Leadership Development Strategy with clear targets and accountability milestones. Also, celebrate your best school leaders. They are your most powerful ambassadors for change. And to development partners, invest in school leadership development as a foundational pillar. Infrastructure depreciates. Leadership capacity appreciates. Also, align your interventions with the priorities emerging from this forum. Coordinated strategic partnership builds systems. Fragmented support cannot. As I close, across the 11 sub-counties of Homabay, along the shores of Lake Victoria, in the highland schools of Lashonyo, in the island communities of Suba, there are school leaders who wake up every morning carrying the weight of their community's aspiration on their shoulders. There are BO members who volunteer their time because they believe in the transformative power of education. We have castles who cross by boat to island schools because children there deserve the same care as children anywhere. To every one of these leaders, seen and unseen, celebrated and uncelebrated, Kemi sees you, and the system needs you. And the children of Homabay are counting on you. The theme of this forum, transforming education through innovation, equity, and excellence, is not a slogan. It is a covenant between every leader in this room and every child who will sit in the classroom in Homabay tomorrow or next term. Governance without accountability is just administration. Leadership without vision is just management. But when genuine leadership, sound governance, and robust accountability come together in a school, in a county, in a nation, you create conditions for transformation that no force on earth can stop. The children of Homabay, of Homabay County, deserves nothing less than our very best. Let us live here resolved and equipped to give it. Asanteni sana. I bet he would have said Erokamano. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director. Thank you so much. That was very articulate, and it has come in time. Let us give him a round of applause again. Once again. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any minute, we now want to take you through our second panel of the day, of which our focus will be on how to strengthen school leadership, governance, and accountability, particularly in Homabay County. Effective school leadership remains central to improving educational outcomes and managing increasing complex school environments. What leadership practices distinguish high-performing schools in resource-constrained settings? And to start us off, we are going to get the feedback from Dr. Jane Krishna Odhiambo. Over to you, Doctor. And strictly, we'll adhere to 3 minutes time, kindly.
Thank you. I'm blessed to be here today. Colleagues, good morning, or it is good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, it is not what you have, but it is how you are using what you have. When we look at the scarce resources in Homabay, for example, as our case study, we realize that for a leader to ensure that the school achieves what is expected of a school, like performance, one, the community and the stakeholders must be included in the decision making. You can't do it alone. And that is why our board members are here, and they are sure that during the budget, they are involved, and transparency must be ensured. And that is when we can use the scarce resources, that we can achieve whatever we want with the scarce resources that we have as a school. When we talk about a leadership, the principal must be the chief teacher and not the chief officer. Because if you are chief teacher, it means that you know whatever is happening, and then the performance will always move higher. And one of the speakers here talked about, once you have students population, it means that the school will have money, and then whatever you want will be achieved in that school. So I feel it is important that the principals and the head teachers also recognize the people they are working with. Like when we talk about, like when you want to ensure that your teachers work well, your subordinate staffs work well, your board work well, you must do something like what Mr. Mbura was talking about. You must motivate. And how do you motivate them? You ensure that you monitor and supervise whatever they do before you motivate, because you cannot meet each one of them in the morning and take this 2,000, take this. Even a thank you is a motivation. And when you recognize all of them as equal, you'll always get result. That kitchen staff is very important, because when they delay with food, will the children attend their lessons at the right time? So that is a leader. Are you that person who is just ever in the office? You don't even know how the children are being served. So it is important for a leader to use what is called umbwa. You walk around and know what is happening. We must also use the open door policy. Like what happened recently when students had to go for a very long half term. You know, some of the problems occurred because the principals and the head teachers are so closed. You meet a student and tells you, sir, madam, I would like to see you urgently. And how do you reply? I'm very busy. And yet, the student had an information. So the open door policy is very important, more so for the current students, that you may think they don't know, and yet they know. So with the CB that we have, they are children who are very open, and most of us has ended up blaming them that, you know, these children are outgoing. It is important because that is what they have been taught, so we must bear with them. Just as one of us was really surprised with the behavior of our graduates, we must ensure that we bear with even our grade 10 learners, and that is when you can succeed as a leader. I don't know.
Thank you so much, Director, and Daktari, for that remarks and for that feedback. We'll come back to you.
So in Homabay, let's use the scarce resources to achieve the best results. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is well put. We need to embrace the open door policy in our schools. Don't dismiss any student, any staff that you have in your school, because that person you are dismissing might have that important information that will help the school. I now want to take it over to my co-moderator, Ms. Isabella Bota, to take us to the next panelist.
Thank you so much, Zedi Ouma. Now, kindly pass the microphone to Professor Samuel Nyalala as you prepare to answer this question. I know that boards of management in Homabay County are effective. But Professor, how can boards of management contribute more effectively to school improvement?
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. My name is Samuel Nyalala. I'm a professor of horticulture and agricultural science and the BOM chair, St. Josephine Bakita. Now, for BOMs to contribute more effectively to improving our schools in Homabay, first of all, the BOM members must be people of quality. In other words, the composition of the BOM must ensure that we have people with varied skills and the people who have understanding of what goes on in the school. I'm saying this because from experience, I've been in some boards where you have a board of even 14 members, but the active members are only 3. Maybe the board chair, somebody else, and then the secretary. That is not a board. The others, there's nothing they can contribute. So you don't expect any effective contribution to improving schools from such a board. Number 2, the board members need to have collective responsibility and accountability. I'm glad that the keynote speaker actually talked a lot about board members avoiding politics. We have cases like that where there's a lot of political interference, and this is mainly coming in through some board members who are not taking their collective responsibility or accountability as it should be. Number 3, we can only be effective in improving these schools when we have what was actually said here. I really don't know how many schools in Homabay already are running a school improvement plan. But this is very critical because without a plan, we cannot tell where we are, we cannot tell where we are going, and these plans, we need to implement them and monitor, evaluate, and see how the school can be improved. I want to leave it at that. There are many others.
That is great. Thank you so much, Professor. My question goes now to you people who are board of management members. Are you having understanding of what you're doing in that board of management, or you are somebody who concurs and says yes in every statement that is made? That is not to be answered at this time. Over to you, Zedi.
Thank you so much, my co-moderator. The boards becomes more problem when in that board composition, some board members are singing 1 term, others are singing 2 term. Now, my question now will move to my third panelist. And here, we want to see how we can strike the balance between the accountability and innovation. My question goes to Tom Boyer, Principal Ober. Karibu.
Thank you, the panelists, honorable members in this house. My name is Tom Boyer, Principal of Boys High School. Balancing compliance with creativity in schools is the question. I want to reiterate the following, that number 1, we need to understand that accountability and innovation are complementary. That many school leaders mistakenly view accountability and innovation as competing priorities. But in reality, accountability should ensure quality, transparency, and consistency, while innovation should improve effectiveness, relevance, and learner outcomes. A school that is innovative without accountability risks chaos and inconsistency, while a school that is accountable without innovation risks becoming rigid and unable to respond to changing learner needs. I want to give just an example. Under CBE, the CBC education system, a teacher may be required to submit lesson plans, schemes of work, and assessment records. That is accountability. However, the same teacher should be free to use project-based learning, digital tools, community-based learning, or collaborative tasks. That is innovation. As a leader, what is my role? My role is to ensure that standards are met while allowing flexibility in how they are achieved. Number 2, we should focus on outcomes rather than procedures. That school leaders should hold teachers accountable for learner growth and achievement rather than micromanaging every activity. As a leader, I'm able to ask the following question. Did you follow every step exactly? What is my current role as a modern leader? I should ask that question this way. Did learners acquire the intended competencies? The shift encourages teachers to explore new approaches while remaining responsible for results. Second example, a grade 10 agriculture teacher may teach crop production through school farm projects, community demonstrations, digital simulation, and classroom instructions. Different approaches can produce the same competency. What matters in this case is the evidence that learning occurred. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tom Boyer, for that elaborate explanation on how we can strike the balance between the accountability and innovation, of which you've articulated rightly that we have to embrace digital tools and also to embrace project-based learning systems that will give us the positive results that we desire. Now let us move to my co-moderator, who will now take us through the next panelist.
Thank you so much, Zedi. I've heard that accountability and innovation complement each other. They don't compete. Thank you for that. When the keynote speaker was giving the speech here, he mentioned about boards of management being strategic as far as governance is concerned. Professor Magak, this question is for you. Now, what governance challenges are most common in Homabay schools?
That sounds like the wrong question for me, but I will take it if you want me to.
Just right on challenges of governance. Okay. And number 2, how can school leaders use data to improve, to drive improvement?
Number 2 is obviously mine, but allow me to take the 2.
Just take the 2. You know, professors are always bright, isn't it? Yes, professors are always bright on challenges of governance. Now, as far as you are concerned,
Good
just
morning.
2.
My name is Magak, Kiche Magak. I'm a professor of words. That makes me a professor of literature. Because words like W-O-R-D, words. Like somebody says, my Lord, what are you reading? And you say, word, word, word. All right, I said my name is Magak. I'm a professor of literature. I am going to attempt to take the 2 issues. One of them I've just been given with you, so we'll work together. I will start with data. Data or data, depending on what school you went to. I went to a data school, so when I say data, I mean your data. I will start by going back to literature and telling you that somebody says in one of his writings that if music be the food of love, give me more and excess of it, I paraphrase. Data is the music of effective management in our schools, whether you are conscious or not. Incidentally, data runs your life. Even when you are coming here, you went through your wardrobe. I'm assuming all of you have wardrobes. You went through your wardrobe and you said, I have 3 shirts. And I have been wearing this one too many times, so Professor Magaka has seen me, so I have to change today. That is data in action. Data governs our lives. Actually, for this presentation, I could simply end it by the effectiveness of a school depends on the effective use of data. That would be the end of my presentation. But because you brought me here, I will allow me to say a little more. The problem with our school and data use is ineffective use of data. And the best way to use data properly is to ensure that the users of that data are effective and they know what you're doing. Starting from the principal, starting from the chair of the board, like my colleague here. If you're coming to the school, in fact, if I ask you the question, how many students do you have in your school? If the answer that comes to your head right now is about, then you are part of the problem.
It must be exact. Wow.
If the answer that comes to your head is about 250 or 8,000, you are part of the problem. To use data effectively, chemists, for example, there are principals and boards of management who do not even know how many students they have. I happen to be a chairman of a board of one of the schools that is presented here, Orio Boys High School. And somebody talked about the teaching principal. My principal is a teaching principal. He goes to class, he teaches, I love him. And the data that runs Orio High School is primarily the data that runs most schools. How that data is going to be helpful to you is how effectively you use it. That means you have to train people for the effective use of that data. Please allow me to stop on this data story and tell you that I have been teaching for 31 years. And for that reason, if you're my student and you are here, you are part of my 31 years of data. Next was...
Thank you. The other one, you'll be thinking about it, and then we'll get back to you. The governance challenges faced, but not now.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
But not now. But I'm happy to hear, even if you don't have a wardrobe, even that box where you got that shirt from is a wardrobe. Thank you so much. Over to you, Zedi, as Professor thinks about the second question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my co-moderator. I've also learned from him that how you pronounce data and data depends on which school you went to. If you went to a group of school, you know how you will pronounce it. Now my question goes to Principal Kisumu Boys, Mr. Austin Muma. Does ethical leadership plays a role in strengthening trust and performance? Does ethical leadership plays a role in strengthening trust and performance? Over to you.
Thank you, my friend. When you talk of ethics, talk about integrity, those are issues that touch Kenyans the wrong way. So I'll seek indulgence of everybody here as I delve into it. You're talking of ethics and addressing performance. True? Whether it goes up or it goes down. My question would be, is it about the improved performance or is it about integrity? What should you stand for? Leadership and good leaders are tested not when they are faced with right choices which are easy to access, but when they face wrong choices that are popular. And that is what most of our schools face today. Think of these newly posted principals in a school. Day one is handed over to, he takes over. Day two, the board chair comes in. You can read the board chair as the PA chair or the area member of parliament coming in to greet the new principal. And the greeting, he says, welcome to our new school. This is a performing school with a very rich history of academic excellence. Parents believe in this school is the pride of our constituency.
the pride of our area. Please, our parents are used to good results. Do whatever it takes to maintain this result. We shall be behind you. We shall protect you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our parents who are here, are you in agreement? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do you want to add something?
Of course, yes. I was driving the point. Yes. Then you have this principal who accepts, says yes, Mheshimiwa, yes, Chairman, I will organize. Then meet students and tell them, I can do better than the previous principal. We shall see you. Then forms what he calls a dream team to address these things that are addressed behind the tent, and goes ahead to ignore NEC regulations and compromises exam integrity. The result comes out, but it's a cancellation. And every child cries, we were moderated. This is not our result. Somebody wrote to NEC, yeah? And parents are saying, we want to go for remarking. And the principal tells them, I'm going to ensure you get a result. Whether the result is going to be obtained or not, you know. Then you have the second principal who tells the MP and the board chair, based on my experience, I am not going to do anything that compromises on exam ethics. I will ensure that we work around the clock that these students pass. I shall form a team of teachers to enhance revision and do all it takes to provide resources for us to do well. Both of them will face an exam. One will do well and get results cancelled. One will do well and get the result. So where have we got the results? Whether high or low? The question we have to answer is, are we strong enough as leaders, whether principals, PA chairs, VOM chairs, or even county directors or sub-county directors, to say no when it is time to say no, even if it is unpopular? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The message home is integrity, integrity, integrity. Can we stand the test of the results that we achieve? Can our students pursue the courses based on their performance? That lies on all of us. I now take it over to my co-moderator.
Thank you. Now to our professor to give us the two governance challenges as Dr. Jane is preparing to handle on leadership development programs, how they can be strengthened. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you again. I'm back. I will connect it with where I left. Data. I said you can use data to tell a very good story, or you can use data to tell a very bad story. Incidentally, what he's talking about is use of data in a very bad way. You know, when your schools are performing, and you know in the back of your mind that the performance is not performance, but it is a fabrication, there is a problem. And that is data you're using. I will give you my own example. Because I have been in the university for so long, right now, I can feel the problem of data manipulation as a governance challenge from Homabay County. I teach students who, when they come first year, they have no idea what is going on, completely. I have a student right now, course is called East African Drama. East Africa, the East African novel. And I gave them a question on Ngugi wa Thiong'o's River Between. This student answered the whole question of Margaret Ogola's The River and the Source. That is a governance challenge that is coming directly from our performance in schools, because you are bringing us to bringing to the universities students who are not ready for universities. And remember, not everybody has to go to the university. The governance challenge starts right here in this house, so address it. Secondly, governance challenge in our school is squarely on the doorstep of our boards. Most of our boards, things are improving now, but most of our boards for the longest time have been retirees who have no business being anywhere around the fence of a school. Yet, these are our board members. You get what I'm saying? You have people on board who have no idea. How then are you going to improve this school if the board members have no idea what to do? The principal is everything. The principal does everything. The board members go to rubber stamp. That is a governance challenge. We must send to our boards, and actually that is where I blame scholars like my colleagues here. For a very long time, we have kept away from our schools because we are saying, what do I have to do with schools? It is you, the scholars, you, the teachers, who must man boards. Like, I know there are a number of teachers who have retired. I can see Mr. Bola here. Mr. Bola, I am hoping in the next 1 month you will be in a board of a serious school because you have a lot to contribute. Thirdly, I'll just give you one last one.
I'd given you two, but that one, since it is a serious one, give it, but don't explain it.
Because this is a very serious one, it is monetary manipulation, the way you manipulate money, both boards and executive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I believe we have got it, and we shall handle that governance challenge in the boardrooms. Now to you, Dr. Jane, how can leadership development programs be strengthened?
My name is Dr. Jane Joseph Odhiambo. There's a Joseph in between because we have Dr. Jane Krishna Odhiambo, so I have to be specific. Mine is Jane Joseph Odhiambo, Chief Principal, Ogande Girls National School. Now, I want to say that the most important skill that we must have is leadership. And I think when Madam Omondi was talking here, she said that the school is the leader and the leader is the school. But I don't want to go by that. I just want to highlight a few issues that we can talk about to help strengthen our leadership in schools. Now, one, a school must have a vision. You must be visionary as a leader. You must be focused, and you must know where you're going. So as a school, you must know what you want and where you're going. Now, I also want to say, as leaders, we must be able to inspire those that we lead. Now, how do we inspire? Mr. Mbora talked about the inspiration bit of it, and Madam Omondi said that as a leader, first of all, you have to be smart. That alone is inspiration, and many, many other things that they said. Now, strengthening leadership too must call for what we call building teams. How do you build your team as a leader? As a principal, how do you build your team? How do you collaborate and coordinate with the board? Do you talk as a one? Do you have divergent views? And if you have divergent views, the school will not go far. And that we must talk about. I also want to say that you must also strengthen leadership by your emotional intelligence. As a principal of a school, as a board chair, how do you treat your people? Somebody said in the morning you must greet them, you must say hi. Do you say that? Are you the principal that when you're in school, then people know your mood, that today kimeumana? Or are you that leader who is able to inspire and they know our principal is very smart today, I think we are going to get good things. Now on that note again, we should also talk about motivation. How do you motivate your teachers? Or how do you motivate the board? How do you motivate the community? So it's not just about giving them money, but when, like, we have a funeral, Homabay High School, and this school is a town school, but in the village, like Ogande, Do you even attend the funerals that are next to the school? That alone is motivation. When you get to their funerals, then they say, wow, the chief principal is here today. And that will motivate the whole community. So do you do that as a leader?
Thank you, Daktari. Even saying hi is a motivation.
Yes.
Over to you, Zedi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my co-moderator. Now we want to move to another question. In the recent months, there was a story that was trending in Homabay. 500,000 and a $2 latrine. How is that possible? 500,000 has been used to construct a $2 pit latrine. Is it possible? Now we want to get that explanation from our very own Dr. Simon Nabosu, who will tell us on how we can improve, our schools can improve financial accountability and transparency. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. My name is Simon Nabosu, the Director of Audit for the Office of Auditor General. The financial accountability, probably I can start with that before I go to deep latrine. Financial accountability is very key. In terms of the strengthening institution, even the team which we are discussing, you look in terms of the leadership, you look in terms of the governance, and the key one is accountability. So the financial accountability is just one, because when you are the head of the institution, there are other resources that you're also managing. There are human capital, there are fixed assets, there are financials. So there are many assets within that institution. So you look in terms of how holistically, in terms of head of that institution, if you are the principal, how do you account for that resources? You're not just only the financial part of it. Because when you talk of the stewardship, we say that you have been given that position by even the convention of the constitution of maybe because of your performance, that you are entrusted with the resources. And these resources come from all of us. Yeah, you pay taxes. So then at the end of the day, it requires all of us to be accountable in terms of responsibility of those assets that we are holding. So when it comes to the financial part, yeah, you receive funds, maybe from the exchequer, their capitation, their school fees, which is being paid, their bursaries that you receive. Yeah? So the question is, at the end of 1 year, how do you account for those resources? How do we say that the resources that has been given is effectively and efficiently utilized within that institutions? The resources may be limited, as we said, not resources, the resources may not be available every now and then. But even the limited resources that have been entrusted into you, how do we say that you're accountable for those resources? And the only way that you can able to do the accountability of the financial resources, one, is that an office of an auditor general, which is an independent institution, need to see your books in terms of how do you report on your financials. And those are very important because we say, this is an independent person who is coming, and see these are the revenue that maybe you received or money that you have received, the expenditure that you have incurred, then you must allow another third eye to check on in terms of accountability. So when you provide that, then it means you are open and accountable for that financial resources because they will report that you're able to see. But if there are gaps, we also provide a solution on how do we improve in terms of the gaps. We all understand that you may be head of that institution, but not likely that you are maybe in the discipline of the finance or auditing or accounting. But you are entrusted with that resources. There are other human capital that supports you. Probably there may be a BASA that will also assist you. There are governance at the board that will also assist you in terms of that stewardship of those resources. So that engagement is very important so that we know that the resources that has been given to you, you can able to account. And this is the value addition that you have brought to that institution. So thank you very much. I can stop on that. But in terms of just very quickly, when you look in terms of efficiency of the resources, you may be building a toilet from one county to another county, or maybe from one school to another school. The question is, if we properly use what we call the bill of quantities, then how do we come up with costing of that toilet? How come that I'm doing a toilet here, I will incur $1 million, but the same BQ or the same quantity, another person can be able to do it at 500,000 or maybe 200,000. So the question is there an input error that we have made, that this project that we wanted to implement, it's not only just society, but the project we wanted to implement, that the cost has escalated, the time has overrun. So when you look at even in terms of the projects, is how do we say that this project was effectively and efficiently implemented in terms of cost, in terms of the quality, and in terms of the timing? That's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There are factors that may contribute: time, cost, and quality. So it is possible we can build or construct a toilet at 500,000. Now I want to hand it over to my co-moderator to take us through.
Thank you, Zedi. Now, to finalize on this session, we have our retired principal, Mr. Bula. And I know, Mr. Bula, during your time, you must have built a partnership between parents, schools. Now, how did you do it?
Thank you very much, the moderator, the panelists, and all who are here. I'm Mr. Bula Dickens, retired Chief Principal Orero, and also former chair Homabay County Kesha. Yes, thank you. Now, I think we have to understand that school exists in a community, and the school also exists because parents have brought the learners in that institution. So it is important that we start from that and know that all these people matter towards the success or the smooth running of this particular institution which you had. And remember also, the learners come from the community, and these are their parents. So it is important that as an administrator, first, you must handle parents with a lot of respect and dignity so that they feel and know that school is theirs. Even the learners will observe how you handle their parents. If you don't handle them well, in their own cocoon, they'll say, this principal or these administrators are not handling our parents well. So handle them with dignity, irrespective of their social class. You know, most administrators will look at those people who matter are handled differently from the ordinary parents. So treat them the same. If anything, this ordinary parent needs even more from you to listen to what he has. So if you do that, you find that parents will be open with you, and they'll be able to share everything that they think can help the school and also help their learners. Because we know parents are very important, they come from the community. Now, if you look at the community, the same community, these are also parents. Some may not also be parents, but the community feels that the school is theirs because that school came as a result of them providing land or other facilities. So give them an opportunity to feel that they also own the school, that the school is helping them. There are certain activities that you should be able to provide to the community, depending on the status of the school, but there are things that you should give direct access to community. Then also create opportunities which brings the school, the parents, and the community together, like when there are parents' meetings and those other things, so that everybody has a chance and opportunity to speak freely and see what ails the school. Because in the long run, when the community understands the school, you know, as students come to school, they pass through the community. Some ill things that the students may have in mind or some community members may want to provide to the school will not get to the school because you'll get feedback instantly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bula. The school belongs to the community, and the community is part of the school. Now, I know you must have utilized resources accountably and prudently during your time. Kindly give us some of the ways in which you did that. And that one is only in 2 minutes on the utilization of resources accountably and prudently. Over to you, Mr. Bula.
Thank you. For you to use resources prudently, first of all, you must have a budget which is prioritized and approved by the board. Then you stick to the budget. You know, the problem which most of us face is we don't implement the budget. You have a budget, but when it comes to implementation, you are doing your own things. By the time you are maybe in the middle of the year, you realize that most of the things you have done are not priority areas. Now exams are coming and other things, you have not met them. So if you can stick to the budget and you make sure that that budget is in terms of priority, then when it comes to that budget that you've also drawn, we know that resources are scarce. And of late we say that government is giving not full capitation. You know that you are receiving 17. What I do is that you budget, you know the capitation is 22, but what actually comes to school is 17. So your priority should be on the 17. Then assume those others are retained by the government. You will find that you will accomplish all your priorities within the budget, and at the end of it, you'll have no debt, zero debt in that school.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. He has really articulated it well. And I don't know whether you people, board of managers who are here, do you approve those budgets? And are those budgets really followed? Over to you, Zedi. Take us to another level.
Thank you so much, my co-moderator. At this juncture, I now want to give the room to our plenary. If there is an area that they need clarification, they need explanation, they have a question, we now want to give them this opportunity so that our panels, before they leave, they can answer those ones. We'll give a room to 3.
I can see the first 2 here, the third one, plus those 2. Kindly come to the front.
I take it. Let me take. Can I take it first? Okay.
Thank you so much, the moderators. I'm Onyango Tobasolo from Gulu Kanyango Comprehensive School. I have a question addressed to one of our panelists here. I'm posted to a school where integrity has been very bad. You are being compromised to maybe visit the NEC people. You want to pay so that you get results. I've realized in some situations, some of these cocoons are coming with the board of management or the PA. Some parents are also in it. And you realize that you are given some funds to go and grease your way so that you can produce results. How will you maintain your integrity in this new situation whereby the result was being manipulated and you are now being required to produce the same result, and as a new head of institution, you may not be able to support yourself, and they're ready to give you the funds to support yourself. At the end of the day,
please summarize.
Your results are cancelled. And then you come on the ground and they now start blaming you that you didn't use those funds well.
Asante, asante sana. Thank you very much. Let's have another question.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Eva Ojwang. I work for Women Educational Researchers of Kenya. And I am here working in Homabay County, specifically Mbita Sub-County. I'm also a board member in 2 schools, that is Ojode Pala Secondary and Wasamo Girls on Fangano Island. And number 3, I sit in the County Education Board in Migori County in charge of child rights. So you will allow me ask 3 questions because I'm here in 3 different categories. Thank you. Number 1, I want to ask Dr. Jane. I've heard you talk about how to enhance the leadership, the coordination between the teachers and the head teachers or the principals. But I want to ask you, how can schools improve communication between students, the administration, and the teachers? I want to hear that, because I heard you so well when you talked about the head teachers and the teachers. Number two, I want to ask my able principal from Kisumu Boys, Mr. Muma. Thank you so much, sir. You're a good role model, I must say that, because I know Kisumu Boys so well. I want to ask you this question. How can guidance and counseling programs be strengthened to support learners? Number three, I want to ask this question to our retired principal, Orero Boys. Am I right? Yes. Now, my question to you is, because you have been a principal and you've led Orero Boys very well, pretty well, what policies or practices by the Ministry of Education would you recommend so that a reduction in the school unrest that we have seen is managed or catered for? Thank you so much.
Thank you. All protocols observed. I am Sam Kidera. I'm a board member in Lambwe Mixed Secondary School and senior. I'm also a board member of Godjope Comprehensive School, both in Mbita sub-county. Professionally, I'm a regional director for Blue Economy and Fisheries in charge of Nyanza and Western Kenya region, working with the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. I have two questions. One, what is the importance of understanding sexuality in schools to enhance learner performance and teacher coordination? Secondly, it is a common practice which we have always experienced in schools where you find instead of a learner being punished, it is a parent being punished. Example, you go for discipline event in school, a parent is told to report at 8 or at 7:30, but the issue is handled at 3 p.m. And this parent is supposed to go very far, but you understand that, you assume that this particular parent comes from the nearby community. So it is perpetuated by both the Board of Management, the education, and the teachers. Thank you.
Madam Isabel, allow us to pick one from the back, please.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you once again. I was asked a question about communication, and I want to say it must be transparent communication. And communications in schools...
Dr. Jen, yes? Kindly hold on a bit. We get the last question, then you address that.
Yes,
kindly
thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I'm Lawi Harun, coming from Suba Central, Sindo, PA Moi Girls. I want to make the Kiswahili teachers to be happy. I want to talk in Kiswahili because Kizungu is too much.
Please
now.
go ahead, tafadhali. We are in the show.
Yes. Niko na jambo moja nataka niulizie. Mzungu alipokuwa ameleta elimu, aliweka wakati wa masomo, wakati wa kazi, akasema kuanzia mwaka huu mpaka mwaka huu imetosha na mambo ya masomo, kama ni mwalimu pumzika nyumbani. Na ukiona all board chairs ni wale maretirees ambayo ni principals. Kwa nini idara ya education haikuweka mkakati ya kwamba once you are retired, you should not be coming back to schools? Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Swali lako limeeleweka vizuri. Now, to start us off, kindly let's settle. Let's remain silent. There are a number of questions, and we'll start with the integrity issue. You've been posted in a school where there is integrity issues. I want to give it to Principal Kisumu Boys, Mr. Austin Muma. Kindly take it home.
There are two, but I'll take two for this one. Allow me to start.
Kindly, you are allowed.
Yes. The challenge that we face is in being efficient while trying to remain effective. Efficiency is about doing things right. Effectiveness is about doing the right thing. Most policies guide on things that are supposed to be done right. You follow them, you are true and right and on the side of policy. But the demand of a leader, whether you are in board of management, PA, or a principal of a school, is in doing the right thing. The right thing is observed while you are down there in school. That is where I have a divergent opinion, slightly with Mr. Bula. You can't employ and implant the budget as it is. One auditor. The budget is done in June. It's supposed to run the school up to the other June. Then we have things that come up and are supposed to be addressed. Because a school is not a piece of paper. A school is an institution of human beings that keep changing. So we are always faced with those two alternatives. But for you to stand out and get the results, you must do the right thing. You must be effective. Allow me to address my friend's challenge. You are posted to a new school, welcome, then given the things that make the school efficient. Things that you must do to be seen to be doing things right. That includes cheating. But you have the option of doing the right thing. Why did you accept the money in the first place? When you took that money, your goose was cooked. You entered in the world and competition of cheats. And therefore, what I can say is you should be removed immediately. Because you are a thief. You can't cry. You have the option of saying no when they were giving you the money. But you accepted the money. Your problem is that you did not use the money effectively or efficiently. Whichever the option, you had accepted to be part of cheating. So don't cry. You are the option. If you want to be an effective leader, a newly posted leader has a clean check, a clean slate. Nobody will accuse you of anything. Saying no at that time. At that time, you have not colluded with the basa of the school. You can't be accused. You are clean. You have not wronged anybody. So say no at that time before things get worse. Thank you. Do I have to go to the second one?
Yes, guidance and counseling.
Yes. I've said learn when to say no. And say no when things are still hot. On G&C programs, I want to believe that most of our institutions have peer counselors. But thank you, madam, for the accolades. One senior said, even those small things motivate. Even old people are motivated. Even those ones who are like myself are motivated. Don't look at any other thing. Thank you for motivating me. So as institutions have peer counselors, kindly make use of those peer counselors. If you don't have them, establish them. Let them talk at their level. Have family setups within your institution. The family setup will tell you from the mother student or father student to the son student where the new student has a problem so that it can be handled at that level. The family setup will provide for where there are gaps, whether financial or whatever some form of support. Then the last thing, offer mentorship and above all, psychosocial support to these peer groups and the GNC programs. Offer psychosocial support. Yeah? Get to understand those home-based challenges that these students have. You can only do that when you mix up with them. When you attend their sessions, you don't have to leave it to the director or the head of guidance and counseling. Be part of the guidance and counseling team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Be part of the guidance and counseling team. That is a takeaway point that we have to carry on with. Now I want to go to Dr. Jane to help us answer on how we can improve communication in our schools. Dr. over to you.
I want to say that there is the power of transparent communication. Now, what I mean by this, first, the person who is communicating must be honest and must also have some integrity. And so, you must communicate well and articulate issues the way they are, especially in times of uncertainties. Now, recently we had issues in our schools about the banning and the strikes and the walkouts of the students. As administrators and as leaders, we had to communicate. Now, the communication starts with the students. You tell them, like maybe school A has walked out of their school. Now, what do we do in our school? So that is the power of communication. Engage them. If you engage the students, you engage the support staff, and you engage the board and the PTA, then you cannot go wrong. So engage them, and then also engage the community members, and that is also part of the communication. I want to say this. Some of us even engaged the piki-piki, and we told them, can you be on the standby when you see them walking out, then inform us. That is also part of the communication. You must be very honest. Then I also want to advise colleagues, principals, that kindly use the barazas and the suggestion boxes. Now, the suggestion boxes, what you get from the suggestion boxes, don't read and keep them. Read for them. Even if they talk about you as the principal, just read exactly what they have said, and then ask them, now that you have said, my legs are upside down, how am I going to make my leg? Ask them. Then they'll give you solutions. They will provide solutions. Then in communication again, find a way of what we call conflict resolution. How do you make decisions, especially when there's a conflict? Either with the students, with the community, with the board, even with the support staff. So that must be paramount. Otherwise, I want to thank the Homabay choir, the teachers choir, for motivating us with Dr. Jane. We are two Dr. Janes and the Jane of Bakita, so we were three. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. That was well captured. And I want to shoot a question to my former principal, the one I respect very much, Mr. Dickens Bula. There was a question on how can you recommend, there are policies that you can recommend to the Ministry of Education on how to address the issues of unrest in our schools. What are those policies that we can recommend?
Thank you. When it comes to schools, I think the immediate stakeholders in the school are the ones who have the solution. But you find that the way things are, when there's a problem, maybe in one or two schools, you find that the people up there come up with policies. ensure your safety compliant at the rest. So you see already they are triggering problems which should have been sorted up here. Then they look at it as if things are not right in all schools. And with those careless statements, you find that the problems are there. So I would ask our stakeholders up there, when there are issues in 1 or 2, because the percentage may be even 2% or 1, let those schools handle those issues, and you'll find that the issues will die very fast. But when you carelessly talk, then you find that other schools now just emulate that. But the problems and the solutions are from the schools. As Dr. Jenna said, be open to the learners, listen to them, whatever issues that they bring, whether right or wrong, know that when they know you value them, and you listen to them, and even challenge them to give solutions to some of the issues that are there. Because you find that some of these problems are not a whole school problem, just a few. Then when they are able to give solutions among themselves, there is really no burning or serious challenges in those schools. When you have even financial challenges, as Mr. Austin was saying, let me answer him. Budgets are done, yes, in June, but you go the whole year. You must have a breathing budget. Don't make it be fixed. And then in that your budget, you have priorities. Fulfill your priorities, important priorities first. Then other things which are not a priority, fulfill at the end of the financial year. But a priority are fulfilled within the financial year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very elaborate. That was very elaborate from our senior. And now I want to suit a question to Principal Obel. There is a complaint that sometimes instead of punishing the student, you are punishing the parent. You tell a parent to come to school at 8 and you start a meeting by 3 in the evening.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Discipline is a two-way traffic. Discipline is not exclusive to the student alone. Discipline is complementary. When I take my child to school, when I take my child to grade 10 in a particular month, then I'm also a member of that grade 10. And therefore, anything which is touching on my child, I must be involved. In school, we have what is called service charter. And I think what brings a lot of delays here is that both the school and the parent, we usually don't obey the service charter. That is what brings the delays, where somebody would come to school early and then the verdict is given later. Number 2, many of our parents, when we tell you to come to school at 8, are we faithful with that time? Are we faithful with that time? And by the time we tell you to come to school at 8, and you come at 8:30, the same teacher you want to mitigate the problem of your child is also engaged in other people's children in class. So what I would ask, let us all be faithful to the directions we are given, and especially the school service charter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's all be faithful to the directions that we give. And now you will pass the mic. Okay, you already have the mic. And here is your question. The composition of the board of management. Why must they be retirees?
Expertise. Yeah, they're experts. And we may not really engage those who are still in service. So we really need those who have retired, because they are also they are readily available.
Thank you so much. Expertise.
Can I add something to that, please?
In 1 minute, please add.
Yeah, in 1 minute, board composition should be purely on competence. You know, if you are a bumbling, cantankerous idiot, you don't change because you have retired or because you are in service. If you are competent, retired or not retired. Mr. Bola is a competent retired man. Putting him as school board is doing a lot of justice to that school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now want to take it back to my co-moderator, Isabella, to take us through the next stage.
It has been wonderful. I wish we had time. Now, as we are going to release our panelists, in one statement, what leadership action would you most improve, that would most improve learner outcome in Homabay County? Let me repeat.
A shared responsibility. Let us involve all the stakeholders to succeed. Thank you.
What a round of applause. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My maybe input on this is that accountability is key. So whether you are the board of governance, whether you are the principal, accountability, whether you are a teacher, accountability is very key. Let's implement accountability.
Accountability. Thank you so much.
Lead today and build tomorrow. Thank you.
Lead today and build tomorrow. Asante sana.
In school improvement, the means justifies the end, not the other way around.
The means justifies the end. Thank you so much.
Human responsibility.
Human responsibility. Wonderful.
Lead with clarity, not complain.
Lead with clarity and not with a complaint. Thank you.
Clarity, complaint, and creativity. Thank you.
Clarity, creativity. Wow.
In our environment, this environment, we deal with the humanity. Let us remain human to every cause that we are pursuing. Thank you.
Let's remain human in every cause that we pursue. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. As we ask our very wonderful panelists to move in front with their seats, I would request this front seat, you come and join us for a photo. Thank you so much. And from there, over to the MC.
Thank you so much, our panelists.
Thank you.
Indeed, that was a masterclass
Thank you so much.
of wits, a clash of ideas, well moderated. At one point, I thought that being a retiree is a curse. And I was almost asking God not to retire.
Yes.
But I think one of the panelists has saved me. You know, for you to be a board chairman, you must distinguish between data and data. So where do you belong? Are you a data chairman or a data chairman? Eh? Data. Kindly don't struggle with that. Some of us, your tongue may do that thing in English. May will. So, teachers choir, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you. Now,
these people are
you can
yearning
go
for
and
you.
sit at the plenary.
We were told music is what? Is the food of love, okay? Kindly just come. We'll dance with you. Come give us one rendition, one song.
The choir is coming.
Then the choir is coming. We will dance with our guests, with our moderators, with our panelists.
You know we are coming immediately after this.
Our panelists, if you don't know how to dance, I will be somewhere demonstrating how to dance. And you know they are coming with a cross.
You ask the whole team to stand, to stretch, and they dance with them.
Jamaneni, see, we've sat for long. Why can't we just stand and we dance with the choir? It is good to exercise. It is good to stretch. And it is good to do the right thing the way we were told. It's just good to appreciate our choir as they are performing, and we also stretch with them. When we sit for too long, tutachoka sana. Kindly, let's just stand. Let's just stand. Let's be obedient to the board chairman speaking here. Teachers choir, karibu.
Yes, this is Homabay County Teachers Choir with a Luo folk song with a sacred text. The song is all about suffering, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, which later on brought salvation to all humankind. More from the song, welcome.
Ono ni Wonderland, yes, Ajuoga. Ono ni Wonderland, yes, Ajuoga. Omi yokoro ting musalapi. Ipolo ting musalapi. Omi yokoro ting musalapi. Professor. Omi yokoro ting musalapi. Professor. Omi yokoro ting musalapi. Omi yokoro ting musalapi. Wadiangima. Jaduongo bula ting musalapi. Wadiangima. Jaduongo muma ting musalapi. Kisumo. Jaduongo bula ting musalapi. Wadiangima. Bram jeni ting musalapi. Wadiangima. Madame jeni ting musalapi. Wadiangima. Jokombe duto ting musalapi. Wadiangima. Jokombe duto ting musalapi. Kifwayo negi. Ewoni rombe ni tera vyane. Dalagi Yesu nyarombo malet. 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 Tera vyane. Dalagi Yesu nyarombo maler. Jodongo tera vyane. Dalagi Yesu nyarombo maler. Tera vyane. Dalagi Yesu nyarombo maler. Aemba tera vyane. Dalagi Yesu nyarombo maler. Tera Dake piny manyien.
Oi. These are teachers. Oh, okay. So thank you so much, our teachers, for that spiritually nourishing song, Dakie Piny Manyien. All of us, we are fighting for that eternal life. We are behind schedule, and allow me immediately proceed with our program. Excuse me. And just this is a brief announcement for registration before we leave. We will be registering at the pavilion for those who had not. Number 2, for our rooms of convenience, for our guests, they're just behind here. And for the board members and other visitors by the pavilion. We are moving to the next panel. After that interlude by our teachers choir from Homabay, none is important. And I would request that we remain patient. This will be the last one, and then we disperse for our lunch after the closing ceremony. So I'm requesting those who are making stories behind there, kindly just take your seat. We were told that as a leader, you must do the right thing. And I liked what the speaker said. Must. At this juncture, I'll invite our moderators for the next panel, panel 10. And we have our chief moderator, Zedi Ouma, from the KBC Media. And she'll be joined by Isabella Bota, County Quality Assurance Standards Officer, Siaya County. And our panelists, they're going to look at the multi-sector partnership, educational financing, and policy innovation. The panelists who are going to help us uncover this and unpack this will include Mr. Julius Omuga from the Education Network. Mr. Julius Omuga, wherever you are, you're welcome to the podium. He'll be joined by Ms. Jacqueline Kurui of Plan International. I know Plan International has carried out a lot of programs in our institutions, all the way from health, sanitation, and other infrastructure in our institutions. Welcome, madam. Mr. Charles Odol of Site Savers. Site Savers has always partnered with the Ministry of Education, particularly in matters special needs education. Simon Mukwambo of Dignitas Project. I know Dignitas currently they are having programs that are helping in curriculum implementation in a number of our schools, particularly in the Rachuonyos. Thank you and welcome. Japheth Ojijo of Uraia Trust, also partnering with a majority of our schools in the whole nation on matters conflict resolution and governance. We have Zachary Winham. Zachary Winham of Director Fisheries, Homabay County. You're welcome to the podium. Damaris Kisia, I don't know if she has arrived. Damaris Kisia, you know, if she arrives, she'll take it up and join us on the podium. Representative from the Mawego National Polytechnic. I know they may be on their way. Allow me exit the stage and pass the microphone to Isabella Bota to take it up.
Thank you. The MC, Mr. Opondo, the panelists, my colleague, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are in our 10th panel, and which happens to be the last for the day of today and also for the forum. We have been told that multi-sector partnership, educational, financing, and policy innovation for transforming education system is our theme for this session. Achieving quality education in Homabay requires coordinated efforts among government, communities, NGOs, development partners, and the private sector. And the way our panelists were being called, it is a very, very good blend. Mr. Omuga, you are to open this session with this question. How can development partners better align their interventions with local priorities? And kindly, we need you to respond to this in 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Assist us with another microphone. Media team, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am Omuga Julius from Elimu Yetu Coalition, and locally at county level, I represent Homabay County Education Network. Because I've been given 3 minutes, I will talk within the time limit, that is 3 minutes.
Wow.
I'll start by saying this. Last term, I went to a school in Karachuonyo, and there were 2 partners handling literacy programs in Karachuonyo. One was giving sanitary towels to the girls, and one was giving sanitary towels to the girls, whereas grade 10 girls were missing school because of lack of toilets for them. I hope you're getting me. Now, this was not a finance problem. It was an alignment problem, because it was never aligned to the priorities of that particular school. I want to answer that question by giving 3 parts answer formula. It is going to be in PRA. The P is the purpose. Why do we have development partners? That's a question many people do not know. The development partners bridge the gaps because government resources are never enough. That's a fact. The government resources are never enough. Partners, again, bring money. Most people think partners have a lot of money. They don't have that money as you may think. But partners bring the little money they have. They also bring the technical support and also innovation. Development partners also have global best practice to help our children learn better and faster. That's the P. The R part of it are the roles. What is the role of each side? The role of the government and the role of the partners. The Ministry of Education is to lead and set priorities before partners come in. So the Ministry of Education have to lead by setting priorities through county education sector plans, provide data, I'm not calling it data, provide data, oversight, and ensure sustainability. Because Ministry of Education is the custodian of all public primary schools and secondary schools. The development partners here are there to support. They bring funds and support pilot, new ideas, and fill urgent gaps. The A part of it is the alignment. How do we align priorities? Like the example I've given in Karachuonyo, this partner decided to give sanitary towels to some girls, but most girls in grade 10 were not able to go to school because they didn't have a toilet. You see that? So there's no priority. So the government is supposed to align this with the priorities. One thing is the government has to plan. There should be one data, not data, but I'm used to talking of data. Please, I went to Maseno School.
We understand.
Yeah, I was in Maseno School.
True.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the data system has to be one, and then, but then one thing I want to tell the listeners here, the donors also have got a lot of challenges. I just add 1 minute.
Please.
The donors have a lot of challenges. Number one, the partners depend on money from donors. And donors have got their own rules, which sometimes may not align with our demands in Kenya. Are not our financial years. So it becomes very difficult to plan. And also to align their financial year with ours. Because ours starts from July and ends in June. But theirs sometimes start from January and end in December. Different partners have different dates. And then reporting and accountability pressure. Sometimes you see the donors running up and down because of pressure of work. They will need to report accountability. The colleague from Kemi talked about accountability. It is running, and I want to say that the partners are very particular with accountability. So they run up and down, which most of us are not happy about. And again, capacity, what? We have the design and priority mismatch. Sometimes maybe the government wants us to do something. The partners want to do something.
Please, in your 1 minute, 5 seconds, and strictly 5 seconds.
All right, now, okay, because I've been given a short time, the following have to be taken. They will take away. The Ministry of Education should take lead in planning, coordination of all the priorities by bringing all the partners together in the county, plan together and see the areas of operation.
Thank you.
Number 2, put data and evidence first. Number 3,